Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Wonderful.
So my mom did this. Oh no. Literally, I'm here. We've got a mic on. That's being not the podium, right?
Quiet.
Or mic on over there.
Not this one. That one.
Your laptop.
Do you want to?
We're going to be just a few minutes late, so stay tuned. Probably start up in about 5 minutes or so.
All right, good morning, everyone. Apologies for the delay this morning. My name is Joaquin Escobar, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, July 7th. It is 9:15 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to introduce first our board members here. Joining us this morning is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Nicole Morgan, and joining us for this first time, Board Member Jared Blumenfeld. I'd like to also introduce our fellow staff on the board. We're joined this morning by Eric Oppenheimer, Executive Director, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Eric Ekdahl. Joining us from the Office of Chief Counsel is Stefan Spitch. We're also joined by our clerk, Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. So if you're joining us virtually, you should be viewing us through our traditional webcast on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the agenda on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all this morning. We're here in the Sacramento, California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. First, if you happen to have an emergency, we'll call me file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza, so please do observe the exits. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to sign up. There is a QR code at the side of the room, a laptop as well, but if you're having any challenges, please do speak to the clerk, and she can help get you signed up. Once you are at the mic, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation, if you so feel comfortable. And then lastly, please do silence our phones so we have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. With that, we can start here first with public forum. And at the top of public forum, I'd like to pass things over to our new board member, Jared Blumenfeld, for some remarks. Your mic.
Excellent. I do have a few opening remarks, and thanks everyone for joining this morning. This is more kind of a personal reflection on why I care about water in our amazing state. The more time I spend with California's waters, the more I realize they are the thread that connects every part of this remarkable state and so many chapters of my own life. I've crisscrossed the Bay Delta by canoe, rafted the Truckee River, and swum in the impossibly clear waters of Lake Tahoe. I've stood beside Mono Lake in quiet wonder, fished for salmon with tribal elders on the Klamath River, and walked the banks of the New River where it crosses from Mexico into the US, a river once considered among the most polluted in America, and a reminder that neglected too leaves its mark. Along the Pacific Crest Trail, I forded icy streams in the Sierra Nevada. Each crossing demanded humility and trust. I've watched those same waters tumble out of the Sierra, gather into rivers, slow as they reach the valleys, seep into the earth to replenish the groundwater that sustains future generations, and eventually pass beneath the Golden Gate Bridge before meeting the Pacific. There, the delicate balance between freshwater and saltwater shapes one of the world's most incredible estuaries and helps sustain the fish that have always depended on its flows. Every place has taught me something different. Together, they have taught me reverence. One of California's greatest gifts begins as snow. As it melts through the granite that has shaped over millions of years, the water gathers in cold, clear streams before filling rivers, reservoirs, and eventually glasses on kitchen tables across the state. Fresh from the Sierra, the water is almost pure, crisp, mineral bright, and so cold it seems to have awakened every sense. To me, it's the best drinking water anywhere in the world. Every glass carries with it a journey from mountains to community, reminding us that extraordinary things often begin in the quietest places. On the Pacific Crest Trail, I learned to measure my days by water. Some mornings I carried 4 liters because I knew there wouldn't be any other source for 40 miles. Other days I knew I could kneel beside a stream flowing straight from the Sierra and drank the water directly. It would flow from someone's kitchen sinks, hundreds of miles away, a few weeks later. That journey, however, is not guaranteed. Safe drinking water is a result of countless people making difficult decisions every day. It depends on public servants, water professionals, local leaders, and community members who understand that clean water is not a privilege, but a basic human right. Over the past decade, California has made historic progress in bringing safe drinking water to communities that have gone years, even generations without it. Hundreds of thousands of Californians can now drink confidently from their kitchen sink because of the dedicated people here who refuse to accept that contaminated water should be anyone's normal. At the same time, stronger enforcement has held polluters accountable and reinforced a simple principle. Those who damage our shared waters must take responsibility for restoring them. I've been fortunate to witness this work from many perspectives, and now as a member of the State Water Resources Control Board. It has deepened my admiration for the extraordinary public servants who dedicate their careers to protecting something most of us take for granted. To the staff of the State Water Board and every regional water quality control board, thank you. Your expertise, integrity, and persistence often go unseen, yet millions of Californians benefit from your work every single day. To my fellow board members, thank you for your thoughtful leadership and your willingness to wrestle those decisions that rarely have easy answers. And to Governor Newsom, thank you for challenging Californians to move beyond the old binaries and reject the false choice between protecting our environment and building a prosperous future. Safe drinking water, healthy rivers, thriving agriculture, resilient communities, and abundant wildlife are not competing priorities. They rise and fall together. None of this happens through government alone. Community organizations are often the first to sound the alarm when something is wrong and the last to give up until it is made right. They remind us that accountability is strongest when it comes from the people who know these waters best. They challenge us, celebrate progress when it comes, and make sure no community is forgotten. Water shows us that everything is connected. Snow becomes streams, streams become rivers, rivers nourish farms, forests, cities, and wildlife before returning to the sea. In the same way, every decision we make flows downstream. Good stewardship echoes across generations. So does neglect. In the months ahead, this board will make decisions that will shape California's water future for decades, helping climate-proof our water system to meet a changing climate. California has always moved forward by refusing to accept false choices. We built one of the world's most remarkable water systems because previous generations imagined something larger than themselves. Our responsibility is to show that California can once again accomplish what many believe is impossible. The more time I spend with California's water, the more I realize they're not simply a resource to be managed. They are a thread that connects our landscapes, our communities, our economy, and our future. Caring for them is not just a responsibility, it is an expression of who we are and what we owe one another.
Thank you incredibly, board member, for your service here as secretary and leadership, and now as a board member here amongst us. Really appreciate those kind words and the leadership that you've already exemplified, and really excited for your time here with us. To your point, as we make some very difficult decisions here in the months ahead, but critical to the state and the wise management of its water resources. So thank you for the great insight and good leadership here. Much appreciated. All right, let's now go to the rest of our public forum commenters. I'd like to first be able to call up Kathy Bennett O'Connor, be followed by Tina Bennett, and then Regina Chigazola. Great, thank you. We'll go to Tina.
Hello, Tina Bennett's here.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tina Bennett. I live in a small community of Forks of Salmon, and my regards are with the Salmon River. The Salmon River, I am a Shasta Economy as well as Kathy O'Connor, and our river is sick. It's not like the pure pristine waters what used to be. As we known, we lived here our whole lives, and we've watched our river get sicker and sicker. We have environmental groups who are trying to go ahead and help the salmon and bring back the salmon. And we have tried to work with them and give our input in there, and we've come up against a block wall. Not only have we come up with a block wall with the local like the Salmon River Restoration, as well as the Korok tribe. Our comments fall upon deaf ears, and therefore we are just wanting to know, I mean, we are just wanting to say that there are no suckers in this river. There used to be suckers in this river. There are no suckers anymore, and if they are, they're far and few between. I pointed this out to the Restoration Council as well as the Korok tribe and said, I feel we need to work together to try to go ahead and bring the suckers back to the river. They can, I said we need to stop with putting logs in the river, because I feel that putting these logs in the river and making these small warm pools are increasing the algae blooms and the algae, and that is a part of the things that wipe the suckers out. So we are talking about the Windler Bar project, where they plan on putting in some 700 logs. Correct me, Kathy, if I'm wrong.
Yes, you're right.
And about 700 logs, and they're going to slow the water down so that it's easier for the little fish to rear there. But slowing that water down for the big mom and daddies is detrimental to them. They need a little faster moving water where it's cooler. Cronin Gulch is cool. They like to hang out at the mouth of Cronin. The map we sent with you guys, you could see it explains where they plan on doing some tree removal and setting up some other stuff. I just feel that as this river is right now, it's really, really low and it's warming up, that no trees be removed from where they have all the trees marked to be removed. That Cronin is cold because it is shaded by all the trees. We have called the Forest Service to meet with them to ask which trees are going to be gone. There's some trees in there that are a good, 36 round. And those trees, in the project, they want to tip them over to have the root wad, because they said they need a 90-foot tree to be their anchor tree in their log jam. And I'm like, well, can't you already have a whole deck of rooted trees? Can you go ahead and put two trees together rather than push any of these big old pristine trees over? And they're going to bury it 90 feet in the riverbed. 50 feet. They're going to take that 90-foot tree and bury it 50 feet in the riverbed. And I'm like, so what happens when you have a spring and you dig down and you sink that spring that comes up from the bottom? And they have no answers for me. And they just don't seem to give us any of the proper we ask them questions. They say, oh, that's a great question. That's a great question. I said, thank you for complimenting me on a great question, but I want an answer. Before you proceed with this project, I'd like some answers. They also want to take down a pond that's been there since, oh, good God, the mining years. It was built with a doodle bug, a piece of mining equipment, ancient. And they said the reason why they want to drain this pond and make it a wetland is because of the American bullfrog. I said, I'm sure we could get rid of the American bullfrog without desecrating this pond. This pond serves salamanders, the western pond turtle, the birds. There's all kinds of wildland birds, the birds, kingfishers, all kinds of songbirds up there. And I don't want to see the pond go. I said, I think we need to work together to come up with leaving the pond. I met with the Forest Service there. They said they want to drain it. That's the way it would kill the reproduction of the American bullfrog. And I said, why don't we just go out and have a bullfrog derby and let the people at them and catch them and try to remove them that way? Nothing has become of working with it there. For a while, rumor had it they were going to chemically do it. That is now off the table, because we talked to them. They did respond there and say they're not going to use chemicals to remove the frogs. So
Appreciate
That's
Ms. Bennett
basically it.
concerns here.
Huh?
I said I appreciate Ms. Bennett your concerns here on the Windler Bar Habitat Enhancement Project.
Uh-huh.
What we can do is maybe connect with the Regional Water Quality Control Board to see if there are any concerns that the regional board may have around the project as well. I don't think we have a direct nexus or role in the approval of this project, but we can definitely check in on that as well. But appreciate you elevating your concerns here for it.
Yeah, the NEPA, the Forest Service NEPA, right now we're keeping track on the Forest Service NEPA. They,
Okay.
and the reason why we came to you guys is because the water, correct me if I'm wrong, Kathy, the water board, or the only approval that they're waiting on to start this project is
Okay.
the water section of this project, the river.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate you elevating your concerns here in public forum. Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I'd like to go to Regina Chicazola. She's not currently on the platform. Well, Ms. Chicazola, if you do join later, glad to take your public forum comment a little out of order in between then one of our items here. And I believe, Clerk, that wraps up public forum commenters. Appreciate those that address the board. And again, really appreciate the opening remarks here from Board Member Blumenfeld. All right, that now brings us to our first item of board business, which is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the June 16, 17 board meeting. I look to my fellow board colleagues. If they have any adjustments and or otherwise, I think we're prepared for a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt item 1.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
We're muted.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Blumenfeld.
Abstain.
Thank you, and Chair Escabel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all. The item is carried and the board meeting minutes are adopted. Next, we have a tranche of uncontested items, items number 2 and 3, looking to see if those of, we have any commenters or need to be pulled. Looking to see if any board members would like to have conversation on the items, and then otherwise, be prepared for a motion for both.
I'll make a motion to move items 2 and 3.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Blumenfeld,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Escabel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The 2 items regarding the drinking water and wastewater operator certification fees are adopted, and really appreciate the incredible work folks have done in the program. Next, now we go to our first informational item, which excitingly is an update on our California wastewater needs assessment. We'll give a moment for folks to come up. Really great to see you both this morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Here we go. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, and members of the public. My name is Dania Jimerson. I am a senior engineer with the Division of Water Quality and leading the wastewater needs assessment project efforts on the State Water Board side. Next, please. Greg and I are very excited today to be here and provide you an update on the wastewater needs assessment. To begin, I will provide a brief overview of the project background, the project team, goals, and phases. Then I will begin highlighting the advisory group, its members, meetings, and the key role that they play in this very important project. Finally, I will discuss the purpose and intended use of the inadequate systems working list and the review process that we are going through, and also the timeline. And Greg will then highlight the phase 2 completed and upcoming milestones, as well as the unexpected challenges encountered so far. Next, please. So in 2022, the State Water Board entered into a contract multi-year contract with UCLA with the main goal of identifying sanitation and wastewater infrastructure needs and develop potential solutions. And most importantly, determine what is it going to take to, in terms of cost, to implement those solutions. So UCLA is the lead investigator, and they subcontracted 4 other universities for a specialized task within the project. So, for example, we have Sac State University, especially specifically the Office of Water Programs, who they collected a lot of the wastewater treatment facility data and have done an in-depth analysis, and now they are working in the solutions and cost component. The University of Massachusetts used part of the data from the Office of Water Programs to fill in some of the data gaps, particularly with the unsewed areas. And they use a predictive modeling approach for this particular task. And also we have UC Davis and UCNR, who did a statewide baseline analysis survey. And that survey led to a field campaign to ground truth some of the data that the survey provided. And that field campaign was completed recently, so Greg will go into a little more of the details of the takeaways from that field campaign. So throughout the project, we refer to this, the subcontractors and the contractor as the collectively as the wastewater needs assessment project team. And they have been a fantastic group to work with over the last 3 years. Very professional, responsive, and always willing to help. So, and only in a few occasions, they keep reminding me that certain tasks that we require are outside of the project's scope, but for the most part, they are always willing to jump and help. Next, please. So the project was originally divided in 2 phases. Phase 1 was completed in June of last year with the publication of the Phase 1 report. And currently, we are in between phase 2C, which is the inadequate and at-risk systems list, phase 2D, which is the solutions and costs that I described previously. Next, please. So the advisory group was not part of the initial wastewater needs assessment contract scope, but UCLA recommended the formation of this advisory group to obtain a more diverse engagement outside of the wastewater needs assessment project team and the water boards. So the advisory group member selection is representative of diverse organizations across California. And most importantly, they volunteered to be part of this effort. Since July of the 2024 kickoff meeting, UCLA has facilitated and managed 8 advisory group meetings, plus monthly office hours, which they require tremendous amount of preparation from the wastewater needs assessment project team, as you can imagine. Next, please. So the main purpose and intended use of the inadequate systems list is to increase public awareness of aging wastewater infrastructure and statewide funding needs. Also, it's to assess wastewater system conditions and needs to support SB 1215 implementation, which is mostly referring to septic to sewer projects. And as you know, the first step with these projects is to assess what is the condition of the potential sewer service providers. And another intended use of this list is to identify systems that might benefit from planning, funding support, infrastructure improvements, or regionalization efforts. And lastly, this is a statewide non-regulatory effort. Next, please. So this is a really simplified flow diagram of our review process for the inadequate systems list, which started in January with the regional and state water board staff comments and input, and is expected to be completed this summer or fall. And right now we are in the last almost the last step in which the State Water Board is planning to send a notification letter to all the wastewater treatment facilities that meet the inadequacy criteria. Greg will go into more detail on this as part of the next steps with the inadequate systems list. Now I will turn it over to Greg Pierce, wastewater needs assessment lead investigator and UCLA professor, to walk us through the phase 2 accomplishments, challenges, and the next steps in the project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Danya, and thank you to the board for having us back. I think the third year in a row, and we look forward to next year already, presenting the final results. But we can go ahead and move to the next slide. And just as a reminder, I believe last year we presented some of the criteria for inadequacy for each of the 3 facility and system types that you see here on the screen that allowed us to make a determination collectively around the inadequacy of all of these different facility and system types. But the goal, again, or the mandate here is actually to do an inadequacy and risk assessment for essentially 3 different lists of systems and to assess each of the, I believe, 2,182 facilities and systems in our assessment according to these different categories, anywhere between them being inadequate based on the criteria to not at risk of inadequacy, although we also have some systems and facilities with insufficient data in order to make that analysis. Next slide. And here you can see the final results of the inadequacy assessment for our contracted effort. Again, we undertook really a review of the criteria process long before January 2026, an iterative process, then also a review and an iterative process around the results and the criteria that determines the results intensively from January 2026 to May 2026. What you see is that this led to some changes in the number of systems and the percentage of systems, of course, that were ultimately deemed to be inadequate and will be analyzed for solutions and costs in the rest of the analysis. Notably, in particular, a reduction in the number of NPDES and SSSGO systems, contrasted with a slight increase in the number of WDR or wastewater discharge requirement systems or facilities in the final list. Next slide. And as Danya mentioned, the water boards will be sending out a notification letter to each of the facilities that were ultimately deemed to be inadequate very shortly here to inform those facilities that they met the criteria for inadequate performance, and also in particular to facilitate transparency in the review process, to explain the extensive, again, stakeholder involvement and iterative process that led to the determination, as well as provide supporting documentation for facilities to petition to be removed from consideration and opportunities to refine the list going to the future, as this is intended to be beyond the scope of our contracted effort, a living list that would be updated into the future. I should stress that all of this work in terms of notification and communication will be undertaken by the water boards in this case. And I know there's already been a lot of work put into that effort so far. Next slide. What we are currently in the process of doing, in addition, again, because we're looking at all systems and facilities across the state, is looking at potential for systems not only being inadequate or deemed to be inadequate, but also at risk or not at risk of being inadequate in the future. So we are currently implementing the risk criteria that we've discussed and again iterated in prior advisory group meetings. We are continuing to incorporate comments and refine those criteria and do calculations with the data we've been able to compile based on insights from advisory group members and water board staff. We are looking forward to having results that we can share internally and with the advisory group in late summer 2026. Now that we've been able to move beyond on the contracted effort from the inadequacy assessment, we do want to note that the at-risk systems will not be included in the solutions and cost assessment work. This was a decision that was made early on by the water boards and is parallel to the non-inclusion of those systems, at-risk systems in the drinking water needs assessment as a point of context. Next slide. The definition of at-risk systems that we're working with is essentially a wastewater system confronting circumstances that threatens its ability to continue adequately either or treating or disposing of wastewater. Again, the goal and the ultimate aim here is to predict systems that are at risk of becoming inadequate in the future, and of course to support and prevent those conditions ultimately leading to them being inadequate. So it's sort of a screening tool and looking to support and help systems and communities across the state. There are 3 different categories of risk factors that you'll see on the screen in the following slides that we've been able to compile. Those are socioeconomic risk factors, operational risk factors, and environmental sort of external risk factors. We can go ahead and move to the next slide. I'm not going to read through all of these, but there are 5 different socioeconomic risk factors been able to identify and compile data for. These are all essentially coming from external or census type data sources. Has been a considerable effort and a lot of support from wastewater systems and facilities to provide capital improvement data and rate data for a considerable number of systems and facilities that serve a large percentage of the state's population. Those data, however, cannot be included in the risk assessment. They will be included in the affordability assessment because they don't cover the full range of systems and facilities. And again, the risk assessment, like the inadequacy assessment, is looking at all systems and facilities across the state. The next category of risk factors that we are able to include are operational risk factors. And if we move to the next slide, we can see them on the screen. Again, there's 6 different factors here. And I should note that, there are some data points or risk factors because we are conducting 3 separate risk assessments for the 3 separate types of facilities or systems that can be included for a single system or facility or only appropriate for a single system or facility, whereas most of the factors do span the 3 different system types. That being said, their relative weighting and scoring of those factors may vary depending on the ultimate assessment of the importance of those factors for the different systems and facility types. If we move to the next slide, you can see the final set of factors being environmental risk factors, including drought, sea level rise, extreme heat, wildfire, et cetera, for which we have data, again, coming from outside state data sources or data sources outside of the water board's managed data, but they are state sources for various types of environmental risk factors to wastewater systems and facilities. Next slide. And it's taken considerable work. I will say we are excited to finally have the data and especially the population and geographic location estimates for all of our facilities and systems that allows us to make the calculations around risk, given we are joining so much data from other sources into the analysis. One of the challenges, and I think still opportunities for enhancement for the entire effort, is around geographic location estimates for systems and facilities. Again, there's been a tremendous effort by the board and by systems and facilities to provide shapefiles, and that leads to great geographic precision, and that's been undertaken during the same time period, although technically unrelated to the wastewater needs assessment. But there's still quite a few facilities and systems for which we have to estimate location, and thus our estimates are less precise than having the actual boundaries. There are also some significant challenges with missing compliance and enforcement data, particularly among WDR facilities that have led to, again, us needing to classify some systems as having inadequate or insufficient data, I should say, and some limitations to the factors that we can include in our analysis, given they don't cover all systems. And then in addition, there's other considerations for the water boards to consider in future iterations of this analysis, including the frequency with which various lists would be maintained and updated, as well as addressing a number of data gaps or data quality issues, both with respect to water boards' maintained data, but also other data that would be great to be joinable for analysis, including, again, factors around affordability that could be enhanced in the future. And there also will be consideration and should be consideration around refining the criteria, given that all of this is a first-time effort and certainly a big and substantial effort, but not a perfect effort, given our timeline and discoveries made along the way. Next slide. So some other aspects of the project that we also want to highlight in particular are the predictive modeling around unsewered areas that is now wrapped up in the context of the project. This work was undertaken by our colleagues at UMass Amherst. The goal of this effort was really to serve as a screening and planning tool. And within the context of the wastewater needs assessment, I think it has plenty of other potential uses actually outside of the wastewater needs assessment, but within the wastewater needs assessment to inform on-site sewage treatment system solutions, including but not limited to potential connection opportunities for unsewered area integration, both into larger treatment and collection systems, as well as around the development of community clusters. That is not to say that the effort will be modeling, much less recommending the integration of all on-site sewage treatment systems, but it will consider the opportunity based on a variety of factors. Next slide. This slide has been presented before, and it's a very complex slide reflecting a lot of advanced work that I will not attempt to explain here. But essentially, again, the model is a parcel level model across the state of California, predicting using machine learning whether each parcel is connected to a sewer or not, based on a number of different data inputs, including being trained on a considerable amount of real data on parcel level data on sewage or not sewage provided by systems and facilities, provided by the water boards, provided by other sort of technical assistance providers. And again, this model has been iterated and refined and enhanced considerably from early on in the effort to increase and enhance the validity and reliability of the model, such that, yeah, there's a high degree of confidence in predictions. That being said, if we move to the next slide, it is a model. So there is a good, I think the best approximation we could do to the best of current knowledge. But because it is a model and because it's not 100% accurate at predicting every single parcel in the state, it's not and should not be used to inform regulatory actions or sort of concern labels. We also will note that there will not be any presentation of the model at the parcel level in the wastewater needs assessment or anywhere else in how the model is used. And again, the model is filling in a gap in the absence of complete universal ground truth parcel level data across the state, which I think we all would love to have, but will continue to need to be refined over the course of years, if not decades. Moving to the next slide, also want to highlight the considerable efforts of our partners at UC Agricultural and Natural Resources Extension to do largely qualitative analysis to complement a lot of the quantitative analysis that's undertaken in other parts of the assessment. You've heard before in previous years around the baseline survey, which was a statewide survey to gather information on lived experience and sanitation needs across the state. If we move to the next slide, this was completed over a year ago now, but 112 survey responses were received as part of this effort, covering 71 different communities, really identifying a lot of issues that were known but not comprehensively documented around long-term sanitation issues, communities and individuals reliant in particular on septic or on-site sewage treatment systems, and the nexus between severe sanitation deficiencies and different types of housing conditions or spatial conditions, including enhanced sanitation disparities among rural communities, among folks living in mobile home parks or RV parks, farm worker housing, and unhoused populations, with also a documented need for and desire for enhanced technical and financial assistance. If we move to the next slide, we'll see an additional effort undertaken, again, by our colleagues above and beyond what was scoped in our initial effort to conduct a follow-up field campaign wherein folks from UCANR, along with colleagues and with a lot of support from communities, from state board, from regional board, again, from facilities and systems, visited 55 different sites. You can see the stars on the map across California to document sanitation challenges. Again, a lot of these factors that have contributed to the issues we saw are relatively well known, but documenting the lived experience, providing support to those individual communities, and yeah, being able to see this statewide and also see the opportunities for paths forward statewide is incredibly valuable. So 80 different interviews were conducted, and a lot of focus here was on locally generated and locally supported solutions that we think can provide a lot of context as we look to the solutions and cost assessment, which is a major feature of the project, both in the next few slides and over this next year. So we move to the next slide. So again, a big emphasis of what we are now undertaking, and this is being led by our colleagues at the Office of Water Programs at Sacramento State University, is to model the solutions and estimate the costs for all systems and facilities that were deemed to be inadequate in the inadequacy assessment, with the goal of figuring out the solutions, again, to bring them into compliance. As with the drinking water needs assessment cost model, this is a high-level planning level statewide assessment. All of the systems and facilities that were deemed to be inadequate are included. So the solutions are not the final, and they do not replace preliminary or final engineering site level reports. They don't have that level of precision or detail. It's not possible under this type of effort, or again, it is not undertaken in the drinking water needs assessment by comparison. If we move to the next slide, a lot of work is going into developing the cost models, and in particular, a lot of collaboration with and support from Division of Financial Assistance, from regional boards, also from individual systems and facilities that are providing real cost data to inform the cost estimates, both the capital and O&M cost estimates, to enable credible high-level estimates across the different types of solutions that are needed to address the factors leading to inadequacy. And again, there are a lot of sort of adjustment factors and non-construction factors that have to go into these cost estimates to actually build and implement such projects within the state. Next slide. And there's just a considerable amount of work ongoing right now, again, led by our colleagues at Office of Water Programs, to both estimate the best solutions to address the underlying problems leading to inadequacy, as well as now leading toward the cost of those solutions. There are quite a few different combinations of sort of different factors leading to inadequacy, and thus a lot of different solution sets that have to be estimated. Again, we have two different types of treatment systems, and then we have collection systems. For treatment facilities, we're largely assuming or we're modeling the estimates around infrastructure based on the violation or factors leading to inadequacy, as well as the facility type. Estimating for treatment facilities, largely replacing entire facilities in some cases with updated treatment technologies, as well as the potential for diverting flows to nearby facilities, along with technical assistance. For collection systems, we're looking at our modeling, replacing or rehabilitating pipe, depending on the circumstances, as well as upgrading different types of equipment and providing technical assistance. We move to the.
Can I, Mr. Pierce, thank you for the presentation. I was wondering if I could ask you a question on this slide, if you
Sure.
don't mind, since it's up. I can fully appreciate the level of work that it takes to assess the needs, the infrastructure needs for so many systems around the state. There's a lot of wastewater infrastructure out there, and these are very complex treatment facilities. So I was just wondering how your team is approaching situations where you've had a wastewater treatment facility provide you information, a master plan or other cost information that they've already developed. So they've already know that they have an issue that they're grappling with, and they're working towards that, implementing that solution. Are you able to factor in those costs, those maybe more grounded costs, into this work? Or is this all going to be just based on the model output in terms of the cost estimate? Because for me, I know some of the systems that are flagged are pretty large facilities, very complex, a lot going on. And so they have more sophisticated levels of estimates and plans maybe already in place or in the works. Just wondering how you're approaching that situation.
Yeah, good question. So I think if I understand it correctly, that the question is around, it's not so much around the exclusion of systems that are deemed as inadequate based on the criteria, but are already receiving funding, which we are going to do. It's more so the individual estimated solutions and costs for systems that may or may not be receiving any sort of external funding.
Like, so if you have a large agency that's already has a comprehensive engineering plan together to implement for their own solution, if they've already identified their own solution and they've provided that information to you, how are you taking that information into consideration? Or is the report just going to be the cost model outputs in a generic sense for all these agencies?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Maureen Kerner from Office of Water Programs to give you the best answer to that question.
We're going to be We're going to be talking about that this afternoon. That's the short answer. But it's two things. Either, but I don't think we're going to be able to be pulling those actual, known costs or better estimates of costs. But we're looking at either knowing that those systems already have, because ultimately the outcome is going to be a funding gap, right? There's costs for all these solutions, but then we also know that there's a lot of systems and facilities that already have things going on, or maybe they already have funding or better estimates. So we can pull those out of that and then look at DFA's program for state funding and then develop a funding gap. So whether we use those costs as the better known costs as part of the overall cost estimate, or we just pull the estimated costs out, which are, the lower degree accuracy that we're doing. We'll be talking about that today. I
appreciate that. That's an area that's just been on my mind as we've this is the first undertaking and a huge lift. And so just thinking through how do we find that right balance? And certainly I know for the smaller systems, and a lot of them are very small collection systems and treatment facilities around the state. And I think it makes sense there to have maybe a standard cost template for solutions. But the larger the facility gets, the more complex and comprehensive the needs may be as well. And so I've just I don't envy the task ahead, but appreciate the work and figuring that out and the best way to address those issues. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we can go ahead and move to the next slide, which, yeah, speaking of the tasks ahead, there's a few tasks ahead over the next year. You can see here on the screen. Again, we hope to be able to produce and we really need to produce the final at-risk systems list by December of this year. And then again, the solutions and cost assessment work is ongoing. It's being presented in iterations to the advisory group. Already has been, will be again this month and in future meetings, but the final solutions and cost assessment for inadequate systems will be produced fully by May 2027. Along with that, there will be an affordability and funding gap analysis assessment, but all of that is contingent on the production of the solutions and cost assessment, so it necessarily has to follow and will be done and as quickly as possible in the spring of 2027. And also, there will be a roadmap for ongoing wastewater needs assessment efforts, or sort of a look forward toward what could be potentially enhanced or improved in future iterations of the wastewater needs assessment. That will be part of the public report, and the final report and comprehensive report will be produced by June 2027. And we look forward to being back here next year to present on those final results, July 2027. I think that is the final slide, but again, we appreciate your attention and support of this work and look forward to answering any other questions or responding to comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pierce. Ms. Jimerson, really a tremendous amount of praise and thanks for this work to the project teams that have all made it possible, and really appreciate the interdisciplinary effort that it's been, really tapping the best of the national expertise out there to help us undertake this, and the advisory committee, who are uncompensated here, providing their technical expertise and time. I know it's been a number of meetings, a lot of good discussion, and it's really shown, because this is incredible work product. There's no other state in the nation that's taking on this comprehensive analysis like this, and it comes at just an incredibly needed time, as we know. And there's, as we know, a ton of parallel to our drinking water work. And this is the first most important step in order to really wrapping our arms around the challenge, seeing communities that haven't been seen, haven't been reflected in our data or our priorities. And so there as well, really appreciate you and UC ANR and just the on the ground work, going into communities, generating data that otherwise isn't going to be in our databases, isn't able to really be elicited out. So I can't, stop praising you all enough, because this is so foundational at a moment where we know we need to keep making the case for funding. And this provides us that baseline of understanding what it's going to take to maintain the level of sanitation, access to sanitation we have in the state, let alone address communities that haven't achieved the level of sanitation. I think that we all easily, I know that have, take it for granted. So at the top, a lot of thanks and praise there. A couple of questions I'd have and want to hear importantly from the rest of the board. First, though, when it comes to the data gaps, again, the parallels on the drinking water side come front of mind, where our first attempts at really doing analysis really showed us actually where we had glaring data gaps and priorities to develop better data in order to, as to your point, Mr. Pierce, really be iterative off the work. wondering if there are certain categories of data or information that you think are kind of priority in trying to develop here, not trying to get too far ahead of ourselves. We're still trying to finish this first effort, but really already thinking to the years ahead and where we should start to already focus ourselves on just finding better data. So wondering that. And then two, Mr. Pierce, you had said that there were, a number of discoveries along the way as we really embarked in all this, and wondering if, there's any, nuggets to kind of elicit out of things that were, surprising or otherwise, kind of helpful to dig out from the work so far.
All right. Danya, do you want to respond to that in terms of data gaps? I can gladly do it, but I want to give you a chance as well.
Yeah, sure. I was thinking with regards to the data gaps, I think we have shown in the slide for the future considerations, especially inadequate systems that are listed permitted by WR permit requirements. That's a tremendous data gap, and we are trying to deal with some of the regional boards in an individual basis, but it's really hard because there is just no documented compliance and enforcement data. So however, it's difficult to have these conversations because we really trust our regional water board colleagues on what they know and about their systems. I mean, they know, you can ask them and they will list you from the top of their heads what systems are inadequate, what systems are at risk. So, but unfortunately, because of the limited resources and not all of that information is readily available in SWRCB, so the team had to kind of proceed with their quantitative and systematic approach, and a lot of those systems were not captured in the whole analysis, and they will not be captured also in the solutions and costs, which might produce underestimated numbers overall. So that's a tremendous data gaps that I'm sure Stephanie Torres' group is working on the SWRCB challenges and all of that, but it's something that definitely will need to be detailed in the roadmap analysis, and we really need to put our heads and come up with solutions for that, because it's going to continue to be a data gap in the future if we cannot come up with what are the systems that are really in need here, if we don't have documented information to assess that.
Yeah, I think that was the first one on my mind. The other two were things that were noted. And again, I think tremendous progress has been made in the course of this work. And particularly, some of it, a lot of it is volunteer sort of data submission by systems and facilities, but again, around location and knowing where all of our systems are with precision, that's pretty fundamental, especially to the risk as well as integration opportunities analysis. I know it took 10 to 15 years on the drinking water side to get a really robust set of shape files. And I know no other state, potentially excluding Massachusetts, has a database that is anywhere approximating what this project has produced. So, but there's room for improvement there, and it becomes very much a public resource that's used by the broader community as well. The other aspect would, I think, be the sort of financial and both financial capacity and affordability aspect or rates sort of aspect, which again, there's been a voluntary effort and submission of data that will allow us to get a statewide picture of affordability, but not to match to all of the systems and facilities in the inadequacy and risk context. I think there's also some complexities there, given a good amount of the financing of revenue comes on property tax bills, and we don't have access to that. It's very difficult to get access to that across the state. But I think there's opportunities there. And in terms of, I guess, discoveries, I think one of the discoveries we're currently making, maybe we've already made, and Maureen could say more here, kind of around the complexity of solution sets for our inadequate systems. And again, the inability because of the complexity to reduce and potentially build a model that can be used as easily in future iterations, given how many different sort of combination factors there are, thinking in contrast again to the drinking water needs assessment. And then not a discovery, but I think, again, a recognition of the difference in complexity and really the increasing complexity and sort of the interaction between, again, the drinking water side, you have a system. If you have a treatment plant, you own your own treatment plant. Here we have treatment facilities, some of which are nested within collection systems, or some of which are independent, serve multiple collection systems. And then, of course, we all know we're recycling a lot of water now. So there's new relationships, new institutional relationships. It's hard to say what a system or facility is and not talk about the relationships between them. So I think that's a question for the analysis, but also just recognizing the complexity is different and can't be reduced. But I don't know, Maureen, if you want to add anything on the just sort of the diversity of solution sets.
Sure, I can give you a good example of, let's see, so there's about 50 systems that have effluent violations and about three have receiving water violations, so 53 systems for which we're looking at some kind of remedial action, some kind of infrastructure improvement or replacement. The way that we go about looking at those infrastructure solutions is combining the facility type and the parameters for which there are violations, the combination of parameters. So that combination, that parameter combination and facility type together is a single scenario, right? So 53 facilities, and this is just on what we've seen for WDRs alone, not NPDS or collection systems, 53 facilities, and we're seeing 43 different scenarios. So and that's just for the effluent violations. That doesn't get into monitoring and reporting or unauthorized discharge or order conditions and that. And so I think that the take-home point is it gets really complicated to, if A, then B, it's not working out so well. So we're still going through that. And it's another thing we're going to be talking about today.
Fantastic. Really appreciate all of that. And, to my mind, especially on the data side, speaks to the need for our data systems as well to be modernized a bit, so as in order to better be capturing on a more regular basis the sort of data that we need. So definitely a feedback loop in that entire discussion. Back again to, just as a foundation, what are the systems that we use? What are people reporting into? And how do we start to make it a lot easier to do this work into the future? And again, fill in those gaps. The only other comment I was just wanting to make sure and highlight is the risk component of all of this work being so critical to, one, again, mirroring the drinking water program, but here to then this wastewater effort as well. Because it's one thing to identify failing, and in this case, inadequate systems across the work, but really being able to start to get to systems before they are in a point of inadequacy and trying to start to target funding there is going to be really critical at getting ahead of, otherwise, the sort of treadmill we're chasing as systems fail, and then we seem to, or in here, become inadequate, and then seek to address them. So just thank you for the approach, the comprehensiveness of this. Again, all the effort. I remember when we embarked on all this a few years ago, feeling like, oh gosh, it's going to take us 4 years to get a needs assessment. Yes, and that's at breakneck speed, I know, and kind of hard to imagine. Here we are a year out before we're going to get to that final turn, and it's been because of just the steady presence and effort of so many folks. So it's just a lot of appreciation again from me here. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, I'd like to go to Board Member Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Just huge thank you to the entire team. This has been just a tremendous, lift and just wonderful effort. Just really do appreciate each and every one of you for everything that you've brought to this effort so far. It's been just a real pleasure just watching the evolution of this project. Just to first continue off of what the chair just said, agree with everything that you stated. I think everyone knows that I'm a huge fan of getting to systems before they completely fail, especially here in the wastewater arena. as we know, that these systems are critical to protecting water quality and human health. They protect our groundwater, our surface water, our streams, our lakes. And so really getting to that point where we can really be proactive. And I see that this effort, it's a huge step forward to really assisting the water boards move towards protecting water quality in addition to what our regulatory programs do. Our regulatory programs set those limits, set that standard, that stage. This effort here is that assistance arm that helps to identify those facilities that are in need of that additional help that may be struggling. And with that said, there was conversation, especially around the large number of WDRs that are out there. It's been noted that I tried to be generous, and one region just said, "Okay, go ahead and say it." I said, there's WDRs that are greater than 10 years old. The reality is they are 20 plus years old. They're outdated. Staff just have a large number of WDRs assigned to them, and they're just not making it around the state in order, or just, we just are not keeping up with them. And it's critical that we get to that point of keeping up with rewriting and getting WDRs in place that are protecting our waters. And that's one of the first steps, is that we have WDRs that are protective, that actually have good monitoring programs in place so that we are getting the data in that we do need. And that in addition to that, the staff aren't just writing WDRs, they're actually able to get out to facilities to gain the information that they need to get them into the system. Unless the WDR is part of an MPDS permit, the WDR that information is not getting into CWICs. And so, we are also working with multiple systems, databases, trying to pull together that information. And so, yes, it's a heavy lift. It would be an ongoing lift for our staff. And so just really looking at this holistically and how can we do, and I know the regions have been working with you all hand in hand and really engaged in this effort. This is something that, the regions, especially those with the largest amount of WDRs, have been really interested in and really diving in to make sure that how can they contribute so that this data is readily available so that they can improve, and how can they perhaps, look at their work plans annually, and this also utilize what comes out of this to also prioritize their work plans and to have this work hand in hand. And so they have been heavily engaged, and I really do, appreciate when I say thank you all. I'm thanking also the regional boards and their staff for their engagement and looking at how they can continuously contribute to this effort so that this really is a partnership throughout, to where we can continue to do our best in protecting the waters of California. And, that brings me to, just also, we've had conversations about, every effort, every piece of this, including the language and how do we frame this work. And, you all are really working towards making sure that we are clearly communicating what is this effort, what does it mean, so that when we speak to others know what do we mean by a system is inadequate, what do we mean by it is at risk, so that we're using clear, concise language so that we can continue to communicate to others who may not be within the industry, who may not do this every day, who may not be like me, who gets a huge smile when I start talking about it. And so just really diving in and making sure that not only do we end up with the end product that we can continue to work on annually, but we end up with the end product that we can go out and we can talk about it, and others can engage with us and understand, what did we do over the last few years? Why were we so engaged on this work, and what is the meaning of it? What are those next steps? And they can be as enthusiastic about this work as we are. So I just really huge thanks to all of you for taking this on, doing a great job, making sure that we're communicating clearly and concisely, and that we can continue to improve. And as Mr. Pierce said, this may be something that we're continuously improving on for the next years, decades. That's okay, because in my mind, that's what we do. We have a starting point, we get there, we continuously improve, and that therefore we continuously improve our water quality of the state. We also continuously improve to make sure that we are protecting human health throughout the state. So again, just thank you all for everything that you do and that you've done on this effort.
You're here. Thank you so much, Board Member Vice Chair.
Well, I just really want to hear public comment on this, but briefly, don't want to be repetitive, but just thank you for bringing this before us. And I really want to thank the advisory committee as well, and our whole team at the Water Board for using a model that worked, continues to work on the drinking water side. And this is going to be a tremendous resource for us in our decision making. It's going to help guide us. But also the tool that we can use with this as we, take it to the legislature, to Congress, as things adjust back, to a system where it's, more objective and less earmarks, and, the dollars will be flowing. And I think that this will really help us to be able to get the dollars flowing to the systems that are in need. And I appreciate the discussion today. It's not that simple. It can be very complex, with the differing systems. And I have full faith in this team that you will be able to distill those complexities in such a way that it'll help us to tell our story. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Looking to other board colleagues, if there's any comment, Board Member Blumenfeld.
Appreciate the presentation and the amount of time that it takes. I think SB 1215 was signed in 2018. We're now in 2026. And it is important to get the data right. I guess my question is for you, Eric, as you think about the work that we need to do already, because many of the systems we already know are failing. And so whether we've actually got to the time that we can call them inadequate under this reporting structure with these criteria, I want the public to know that you're doing a huge amount already. It's not like we're waiting to find out the results at the end of next year of what this report says. Many of these things have been on the state board's radar screen for a long time. And because some of the conversation made it sound like it's really important to get this exact definition of inadequacy or at risk completed. But there's a huge amount of data on what's already happened. The team visited 53 of these sites already. So maybe just let people know exactly how we're approaching. It feels like we're doing it in parallel. We're getting this system in place and helping the folks that are needing it already.
Yeah, I think I'll defer to Karen on the broader question, but I think you're absolutely right. We're not waiting to get this work done. To me, this is about defining the scope of the problem so that we know what we're dealing with in a sort of a long-term situation, and what the cost is going to be, and what the potential funding sources are, and how to prioritize the use of that funding. I think Karen can better answer like what sort of the current work is and what that looks like.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'll just keep it brief, but you'll hear about the Clean Water SRF intended use plan in the next item. That goes into where we're going with the SRF and other related wastewater infrastructure funding programs this coming year. So you'll hear about that. But we've had funding programs for wastewater infrastructure in place for decades. And yeah, we're working in parallel. This is an opportunity for us to identify where we don't know what we don't know, and make that public and see if we can get additional wastewater infrastructure dollars to get solutions out to those places.
Yeah, great question and points, Board Member. And yeah, we'll hear as we transition in a moment to the next item, just the billions that have gone out, I know, to wastewater systems to address their challenges. So definitely much appreciated on those points. Let's go ahead and hear from a few commenters. We have, I believe, 3 commenters on the item. And so would like to call up Mishelka Allgood, Debbie Mackey, and then Jared Voskel. Okay, Ms. Allgood is not available, so we'll go to Ms. Debbie Mackey.
I can do that. All right. Good morning, board
Morning.
members. How are you doing? My name is Debbie Mackey. I am the executive officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association. Our members provide wastewater collection, treatment, and recycling services in the Central Valley. Today, I just want to start by appreciating the team. They have done a lot of work. It's been a heavy lift. Both the UCLA team and then your staff, who has has all been open to discussion. And so I appreciate that part. I also want to tell you I appreciate your discussions because I think you're hitting on a number of points that are really important here. I want to say that this is a great start. It's getting some information out there, but also recognize that this does not capture the full need. We know right now that there's a huge need for those that have to comply with current permit limits, whether it is something that is being required of them that is new, or it's just even current situations. Sometimes that shows up as a compliance issue, sometimes it doesn't, but it is something that we need to be working on. The other need, and we were talking a little bit about that, and Board Member Morgan, I appreciate what you said about the WDR section, is that there isn't a lot of data there. But one thing that you've heard from me many times is that our small systems, we want to give them compliance assistance. We want to give them a pathway to compliance. And the model right now rewards non-compliance. And so coming up with a way to still provide compliance assistance, but get the data that we can assess the need is really important. And then one other area that I know probably Mr. Voskel is going to talk about is about affordability. CASA and with the help of all of the regional associations have really been trying to understand that. We appreciate working with your staff on the rate survey. We think that that information is necessary to capture affordability, but also what's coming through with that is some of the capital improvement programs that are out there, and understanding those, understanding what is needed versus what can currently be funded versus how much future projects or even current compliance is going to cost is going to be key to understanding the wastewater needs. And so anyways, I thank you very much. I've appreciated being part of the advisory committee and working with the team, and look forward to this project progressing.
Thank you so much for those comments. It's great to see you, Ms. Mackey, and thank you for your service here on the advisory committee for sure. Your voice is really important and critical given the number of small systems we know that are in the Central Valley. So thanks for the advocacy and thanks for the comments. Next, I'd like to go to Jared Voskel. Good morning. Great to see you, Jared.
Hi, good morning. Is this microphone? Okay.
Should be, yeah.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. As the world turns, here we are, new fiscal year, new calendar year on some people's dockets. Board Member Blumenfeld, it's great to see you in this position. And, you know, for the last half decade, we had been working with Board Member Firestone on the human right to water for sanitary purposes. And so here we are, you know, to talk about this update. It's been a perennial item for the last half decade. Jared Voskel, Director of Regulatory Affairs for the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, or CASA. CASA represents over 140 agencies across the state, that municipalities and agencies that engage in wastewater collection, treatment, water recycling, and resource recovery. I feel a bit of a tension of wanting to address you all, but also seeing the folks behind me and also wanting to address them. It may not be unlike maybe the differences you see in a liturgical church where parishioners are kind of going to the front to receive communion, and Protestant churches where the leaders are going to the pews to distribute communion. And I see Cheryl here, who's helped us with the wastewater rates questionnaire, which is a great supplemental data point for the needs assessment. I also see Dr. Pierce here, who, like I said, for the last half decade, we've been working through how are we going to evaluate and conduct this assessment. And so this has been a perennial item. It's coming before you all each annually this time of year. And we're at that 1 year mark out where we're going to get to the final report. A lot of great progress along the way throughout these several years. I feel like there's a few points that really stick out in terms of discussing what are those wastewater needs. And you can kind of filter them into two channels. One is agency needs. What is that CIP investment that's required? What are those forthcoming regulations that are going to increase that CIP? And then you have the unsewered communities around California. And so earlier in the conversation, there was a comment of about 10 million people are represented in this needs assessment. Just as a point of reference, the drinking water needs assessment only identified about 1 million people, right, who didn't have access to clean, safe drinking water. So I think inherently there's a difference in the net we're casting across these communities. And then when you really break down the communities, if you just look at your descriptive statistics, you're going to have 250 agencies representing 90% of the population. And then you're going to have about 750 agencies representing 10%. And so again, this is important to distinguish, right, if we're doing evaluations and these tools, but it even goes into the term itself, inadequate. And you have a statutory definition, which puts on a filter of disadvantaged communities. You have the definition that's in the AB 805 Administrator Handbook. And then you have the third definition of what we're utilizing this needs assessment. We've essentially created a homonym. Same word, 3 different meanings. And it's hard to know if you're the public, what does that meaning mean? And I have to say is really the rubber has met the road, and we've seen a draft inadequacy list since March 12th. And the advisory group has been working through that. We realized, what does this mean in implementation? CASA has talked to our member agencies and hearing them saying, wait a minute, we're best in class. We're on an inadequate list. Help us understand this. And then we're going through the methodology and we're getting to that, clear understanding of why it's there. But one item that really does stick out is, I think one of the criteria is a 75% catch-all. So if you're just in the top 75%, you're automatically placed on the list. And I think maybe as it was an emergent understanding, like that didn't really raise flags for us through the process. But once we saw a list and we saw who was that bringing in, and you looked at their performance record, they really are like benchmark, top of class. They have an SSMP audit they submitted to the state under the requirements of the SSS WDR. They are top of class, but because of the 75% requirement, it just sweeps them in. And so I think that's one area we might want to, re-review just to make sure we're not catching some of those agencies that have an excellent performance. I think the other issue that really comes up are it's the words affordability and locality. So with affordability, a lot of agencies that are identified, they don't have the resources they need locally. They don't have a ratepayer base. They don't have the staffing. And if their performance is why they're on this list, it's probably a function of that kind of aspect to their agency's characterization. The other one is locality. You might have an agency that has got the trifecta of hydrology, topography, and age of system, right? And so they're just naturally going to have a more troublesome system, but there you would really need to evaluate the resiliency. And resiliency is a word that connotes your bounce back. How do you respond in this? And these agencies know they have to be resilient because they have this trifecta. They've got a lot of rain, or they've got a lot of soil that's shifting, or they've in a system that's over 100 years old. And so whereas we're evaluating those, we have to kind of balance that macro perspective of what is this big need? We're using a screening tool to cast a net who's inadequate based on performance. But when you really start to drill in, you're thinking, well, these aren't really what we're trying to make sure we funnel the funding towards to support these communities. And so as we're kind of coming around the bend, right, like if it's a mile run, 4 laps around the track, we're on that last hard lap. If you're tightening a screw, it's those last few twists to really get it in there that are the hardest. And we're at that place on this needs assessment. But again, my inclination is to look backwards because the team you have assembled here, they're accessible, they're thoughtful, they're taking these considerations, working them amongst themselves, bringing them to you when, it's appropriate on timing, and we're really getting to consensus understanding. And why that matters is because what comes after this, like we'll get a punctuation mark next June, but look at the drinking water needs assessment. They identified so much funding and they set up the Safer Drinking Water Fund on the legislator corollary to provide a pathway every year to get funding to drinking communities that need access to drinking water. And that's our aspiration and goal with this is we come up with a final report and we route that funding to the wastewater agencies that are needing it. And so, to maybe kind of close here, I appreciate the extra time to go long. I hear the word model and that model is kind of being used for the unsewered populations. I always just have to kind of put a flag on the word model. When we're talking about modeling, the level of certainty has to be commensurate with the cost of compliance with the results. And so with this model, we're talking about unsewered populations, and this is a great tool because we just don't have a real grasp on how would you estimate that. When I talked about 5 years ago working with this team, we connected them with engineering consultants that did evaluations of service areas that had 20,000 communities on septic. And they had to say, how would we get you to convert? We're not going to really get all 20,000. I mean, in like 2019 money, that was like $1.2 billion to get 20,000 if you were to do them all. That's not what's really on the table here. But when you look at that scale, we provided that methodology to help to do this really macro analysis. And so I think this tool that they're developing in the model is going to be very useful for that piece. The rates questionnaire is also going to be a great data piece with CIP, so we really know agency needs. And I think as we look forward, really for the next generation, with the water recycling team and that strike team's effort, we're going to have a strong foundation for what the needs are going forward from a policy side, but also from a funding prioritization side. And it couldn't be done without all of us. And so with that, I appreciate the board members' leadership, really requesting of staff what you have, and staff just answering that call and rising to it, and us all moving forward together. So to close, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuil. All great points. Really appreciate the efforts of CASA, yourself, your expertise. It's been an important part of all of this discussion and getting it just right to your point. So much appreciation. All right, that wraps up our commenters. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any final thought or questions for folks, and seeing none, tremendous amount of appreciation again. Looking forward to next year's update, but importantly, the work that it will be ongoing here through these months. Consider us certainly an ally, and just thank you for the hard work and leadership of getting this project across the finish line. Much appreciation and thanks. Thank you, thank you. All right, that wraps up our informational item on the wastewater needs assessment. And now brings us to item number 5, which is next item from the Division of Financial Assistance regarding the 2026-27 Clean Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan. Give folks a moment here to swap out, and if we want, we can take just a quick 5-minute break as the next panel gets up here. So let's go ahead and bring ourselves back here at 10:47. All right, everyone. It is 10:50. We can go and bring ourselves back. Thanks again for the quick break. And we are transitioning here to item number 5. So I'd like to hand things over to Mike Downey. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thanks for having us. My name is Mike Downey with the Division of Financial Assistance, and with me is Bridget Chase and Lisa Hong, both supervising engineers who will be helping me with today's presentation. And to my left is Matt Wilson with our Office of Chief Counsel, who advises DFA specifically on the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program. Next slide, please. So I did want to spend just a little bit of time at the top of the presentation today to talk about some of the accomplishments in this past year. The intended use plan is a document that's looking forward, but just to provide some context for those in the audience and those watching here today. And then after I do that, I'll pass it on to Lisa Hong and Bridget Chase, who will go through some of the more the specifics around the IUP context, and then the public comments that we received, since this is in response to the workshop from a couple months ago. Next slide, please. So doing a macro look at the last 5 years of commitments to the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program, we've done quite a bit, almost $1 billion in grants and principal forgiveness for our small communities dealing with wastewater issues. Almost $3.5 billion in Clean Water SRF loans, and also a large influx of grant funds, $262 million for our water recycling projects. There's a little bit of overlap between these three categories. We do a great job of co-funding where we can, bringing projects. Projects can apply to our programs, and then we will put together the funding packages that they're eligible for, not only based on state and federal requirements, but then the policies that the board adopts. Next slide. So those same funding commitments also have a big impact on the benefits that are achieved through the program. So represents 26 compliance projects. So this is both for could be small communities receiving grants, could be larger communities with loans, but all the same addressing those ongoing violations. The water recycling projects represent over 350,000 acre feet per year in new recycled water deliveries that will be ongoing. And then a big influx over the last 5 years in the septic to sewer projects and regionalization projects. So regionalization can also be collection systems that are sending their wastewater to a regional treatment plant, but this is a positive in that scale of wastewater systems and ongoing operations. Next slide, please. So we did want to mention just the ongoing administration of a lot of the projects that were represented on those first two slides. So when we're talking about funding commitments we've made over the last 5 years, there's a good chance that most of them require ongoing administration by the DFA staff. So that's partially because these projects, as you all know, can take quite a bit of time. So when we make the funding commitment, agency may still need to finish design work, go out to bid the project, get that final construction cost before actually beginning construction, which can take multiple years. So we're looking at 3 to 5 years as a conservative estimate for completing a lot of these, moving these commitments into a final implementation. And so that represents Amendments, we're expecting at least 18 more amendments this year for these ongoing projects. That brings with it potential funding increase needs. That's something that our team manages. And then with the active projects, what's really critical is those timely disbursements. So a lot of these applicants, recipients, they don't have the cash flow needed. These are likely the largest infrastructure project that the community has, in some cases, ever done. So we're in a reimbursement program, so that timely reimbursement of invoices, especially during construction from the contractor, is extremely important. And then finally, with loan repayment, just want to represent the workload that represents. So most of our loans now have a 30-year term. So they are with us for a long time. And these represent a lot of these represent our pledge pool portfolio, how we leverage the program to issue revenue bond proceeds and inject additional cash earlier into the process. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the leverage program today, but that also represents a large workload for our ongoing.
Mr. Downey?
Yes.
If I could just ask a question on this slide regarding the amendments.
Sure.
Just for clarification, just to make sure I'm understanding for those. And so they're usually increasing the budget. And so within the original agreement, are you still including like a contingency because you predict that the budget is already going to increase? And so this is in addition to that contingency that is being included in the original agreement?
Yes, that's right. And that's a great point because we do include a change order contingency that's specifically meant for those anticipated increases in construction costs, just as you mentioned. So what we've seen the last few years is increases well above what was expected. I would add another challenge can be primarily with our smaller communities that may take longer to get through the design stage, that the costs that were originally anticipated have grown even further because of the time that's passed. So, that is one thing that we do continue to focus on, and is kind of a primary cornerstone for DFA is that the earlier we can do the project, the cheaper it will be, and the sooner we get the water quality impacts. So that all kind of fits together. Thanks. And so just the last thing I was going to mention was the ongoing surveillance that both our financial team and project managers do, as well as managing that portfolio with the loan repayments. Next slide, please. Wanted to just give two examples of some successful projects. These represent kind of different ends of our process. So the city of Greenfield, we were able to execute a funding agreement with them just last month. It's very exciting. It was multiple years to navigate the process and get it ready. This is a great project that took a lot of community outreach, and the city did a fantastic job representing to the ratepayers how a rate increase for them was going to allow them to tap into expiring grant funds. And so even though there'd be this loan component and the increased rates would be needed for that repayment, now was the time to be able to capture the grant element and really complete the entire project at the scale needed. And so we spent a lot of time with the city. They did a terrific job in their leadership, really getting it across the finish line and making that possible. So now they're getting ready to go out to bid and move into that construction stage. On the other end of the spectrum, City of Escondido finished construction of their membrane filtration reverse osmosis project this fiscal year. It's a water recycling project, and is one of those that's contributing acre feet per year of water recycling deliveries for California. Both loan and grant, another example of co-funding that we were able to offer. And this project also was awarded the Pisces Award by US EPA for excellence in infrastructure designed for the future. So that water cycling element and the resiliency is nice to see California represented at the national stage. They give out a handful of those awards a year. So just representing kind of the length of time it takes and the different projects that our staff are working on throughout the fiscal year. With that, I will turn it over to Lisa Hong to take us through some more specific IUP notes.
Thanks, Mike. Next slide, please. Now we'll talk about the Clean Water Intended Use Plan specifically. This slide shows the action to date. Yes.
Lisa, I just had a question for Mike. Sorry. It would be really useful to get an understanding, if we're not going to get it later, about, you talked about the average length is now 30 years. Because basically we act as a bank. The SRF is a bank. So in terms of bank, there's really the interest rates compared to the outside interest rates that you can get through bond lending, which are exceedingly high now. So the higher that their external bond rating interest rates are, the more they come to us. So it'd be great to understand, one, from a macro perspective, if you're looking to have shorter timeframes in order to recycle that money quicker, and also kind of what the current, when you talk about those specific disbursements of funds, it'd be really good to understand at what interest rate and over what period of time they were given when you do the presentation, so that we can understand kind of contextually where they are from an interest rate perspective.
Yeah, that's definitely something we can incorporate in the future. The intended use plan itself also has one way of looking at that, where the projects on the fundable list, we identify their kind of grant equivalent or interest rate savings, basically because they're using a subsidized interest rate through our program compared to what they would get. Well, very conservative. It's what we would get at the GO bond rate. That's how our interest rate is set. But for many of these communities, their market rate would be even higher, so the savings would be even more pronounced. So that is one area, but definitely we can look into how we could better capture kind of like the long-term portfolio savings. And it is a ever-changing interest rate based on the state statute and how that's developed. But it's a very interesting analysis.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that point, board member. And for what it's worth, right now, statutorily, we lend at half the bond rate. So whatever we go enable or borrow at, our rate is half of that going rate. Board member McGuire.
To a great comment as well. I agree. To board member Blumenfeld's point about the term. So I know we've thought a lot about interest rates, and is there better understanding whether there's flexibility in the interest rates that we incorporate into these agreements. I hadn't really thought about the loan term itself. So is there flexibility, or could you follow up later with some clarity as to whether 30 years is something we have to grant, or are there different lengths of funding that we could consider?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So there actually is an incentive right now in the policy that if you take a 20-year loan term, you get a reduced interest rate, a 0.25 reduction on interest rate, because to your point, that money does revolve faster and we get to make use of it again sooner. So we do have a few applicants that will take advantage of a 20-year term. I'll note that when we were federally able to move to a 30-year term, that did seem to align with just a much more robust demand on the program. And so that affordability and the annual debt payment is something that most agencies are relying on. But we don't have to do a 30-year term. But that is, I would say, primarily what folks tap into.
Yeah, and just quickly on the issue of interest rate, right now, again, by statute, we loan at half the bond rate. But there is a proposal, as I understand, in the legislature now that would give us the authority to lend at a bit higher. So still below the bond rate, so there's a savings and an incentive to come to the program, but potentially, some of the larger agencies could maybe pay a little more interest, and that would help generate additional revenue into the program. So to your point, board member, yeah, at least the interest rate discussion is live in the legislature, and then it sounds like we have some flexibility on the term, but most are probably maximizing at 30 years. Great discussion. Appreciate that.
And then for context, if a community were to go out at the GO bond rate, a $50 million loan from us will be about $11 million in savings through the lifetime of the project. So it is pretty significant. For the intended use plan. As Karen has mentioned in the earlier item, for the past several decades, we have been getting federal appropriations for clean water SRF annually. And the intended use plan is a required document for us to submit to US EPA in order to get our annual appropriation. We're also running a number of state funding sources through the intended use plan as well, including some of that Proposition 4 money. And on actions on the intended use plan so far, it was put out for public comments late April. We've had a board workshop in May and have since then received some great comments. And today we are bringing the item to the board for consideration of adoption. Next slide, please. This slide shows a list of public comments that we have received, and all the following slides will briefly do a recap of the proposal for each funding program that's in the intended use plan, and then the associated public comments that we have received. Next slide, please. We'll start with the SRF loan. So loan projects are ranked and scored. For the intended use plan this year, we proposed a cutoff score of 13, which will add 10 projects for a total of $780 million in funding. Next slide. The public comments that we have received are in support of the proposal. Next slide, please. For water recycling grant, the proposal in the IUP was a grant maximum of $15 million per project. For large-scale water recycling project, which is delivering more than 10,000 acre-feet per year, we propose also $15 million, but per phase, and a maximum of 2 phases per project or per program. We were initially anticipating $90 million will be available in grant through Proposition 4, though my understanding is Prop 4 wasn't in the budget that was recently passed. So what we're going to do is that we'll continue processing the applications, get them as far as we can get, and should we get appropriation mid-year, then these will be the administration rules for the funding that we receive. And then also creating planning design only agreements for up to $5 million per project or per phase. Next slide, please.
Really appreciate just anticipating that and carrying through the work. It's appreciated.
Thank you. The comments we have received are in general support of the proposal. There's some requested clarification on the application process, and we're already working with LA SAN on that. And also a request for Harvest Water Phase 2 to show up in the final IUP. We did do an update of the intended use plan before coming to the board meeting, so all the applications that we have recently received should be reflected now in the IUP. Next slide, please. And with that, I will pass it off to Bridget for small community wastewater.
Great. So as Mike mentioned, over the last 5 years, we almost gave out about $1 billion in small community wastewater grant and principal forgiveness funding. This slide shows a breakdown amongst the counties. We gave them out to about 35 counties. So not quite all of them, but there is a pretty good distribution throughout. Wanted to show that here. Next slide, please. And this is our projections for the next 3 years. So obviously this is projections, our educated guess. The green side is the projected funding that's available. And then the more like purple, pink, blue is the anticipated projects that we're seeing coming in. So we'll start with the one on the left for this fiscal year 26-27. As Lisa mentioned, we have Prop 4 listed in there. That's the second bar from the bottom for 67 million. So that may or may not be available this year. Just wanted to flag that. So this might look worse than it actually shows on here. This funding projection was also updated after we posted for public comment and had the draft workshop. We also updated our fundable list based on complete applications that we have in-house. So this is a little bit more of an updated projection versus when we were here for the workshop. So you might notice that the projects that we're anticipating being ready for funding is pretty high. It's showing that we have more projects looking to get funded this year than we have available funding. One thing that I want to flag for the projects for this fiscal year is that the amounts listed on here is based on the caps that we have in the intended use plan. So I'll go over that in upcoming slides. So that's assuming 30 million max for priority projects, 7.5 million max for secondary priority projects, and then the remainder would be loan. So you could see on the top, we have the estimated loan amount, assuming that those projects do come in and want to get loan for the remainder of it. So the purple on here is for priority projects. Those are addressing violations. We also have we have 3 different priorities for small community wastewater. I guess I'll start there. We've got those addressing a violation, regionalization projects, and subject to sewer projects. Purple is the projects addressing a violation. The orangish color is regionalization, and then the pink color is for septic to sewer. And then on the top, we have about 11 million estimated for secondary projects. That's pretty much anything else that's SRF eligible. I do want to flag that we weren't really funding secondary projects previously. We did have in last year's IUP that they could get a 50-50 grant loan split. We didn't actually move forward with any of those projects. We have a few complete applications in-house now. And so we are anticipating those numbers to continue to grow. So you could see that in the upcoming projections the next few years with like next year projecting about 100 million for the secondary, and then probably a little bit more because that's again based on what we have in-house and us anticipating what applications might be complete and ready to move forward. So this is just a snapshot based on what we have. And the big thing to flag is our money is continuing to shrink down. We're not anticipating getting very much grant funding next year with a huge amount of our funding that we've been getting for small community wastewater being from the EPA as far as principal forgiveness with our CAP grants. That's showing that we're estimating it going down to about 21 million next year. And then the line above that is 67 million that's anticipated for Prop 4. And then the line above that is 8 million from our small community grant fee. We'll go ahead and move on to the next slide. Going over what we're proposing as far as grants. This is for the planning grants for small community wastewater. Last year, we only had priority projects as eligible. Again, that's those addressing a violation, septic to sewer, and regionalization projects. This year, we are proposing to make secondary, so any SRF eligible projects eligible for planning grants. I will flag that there is a different cap for both of these. We didn't have a cap last year. Rather, what we did is the cap counted towards the maximum amount that a community could get within a 5-year period. This year, we made that cap only for construction. So we decided to put a cap on our planning. So we're estimating, so we're recommending a cap of 2.5 million for the priority projects and a cap of 500,000 for secondary. 500,000 was a typical cap that we had for planning projects in past years. So that's where we came up with that number. I will flag that the secondary projects we're proposing that the plans and specs cannot be done under planning because the thought is that that could be done under construction funding, and we're not sure how quickly those will move to construction as they're not as high of priority. Next slide, please. This is for construction grant in principal forgiveness funding. So we have 3 different things listed on here. The top 2 are considered priority projects, as I mentioned, but we have different caps per connection for those, so they're kind of split up a little bit. So those addressing a violation have a proposed 60,000 per residential connection cap. Those that are for septic to sewer and regionalization projects, those have a higher cap of 175,000 per connection. We've seen those projects a lot more costly, especially the septic to sewer ones, as we could do the work on private property, decommissioning septic tanks, private laterals, that type of stuff, connection fees. So those costs get a lot higher, which is why that's a higher cost per connection. Last year, we had a cap of 50 million for projects. We are proposing reducing that down to 30 million. We would love to continue the high grant amounts, but as you saw, our funding is limited, and we have more than enough projects in-house that are interested in that, and we're continuing to accept applications. So we are proposing that reduced cap of 30 million. The bottom thing on here is for our secondary priorities. Again, that's everything else. Last year, we had a higher cap, but it was still 50% of the total project cost could be for grant. We're reducing that down to 7.5 million as a cap for grant. They could get 50% grant, 50% loan. They don't have to take out a loan with us. If they have grant from elsewhere, they could definitely use that as part of their 50% as well, just flagging that. There is a different cap per connection of 30,000. We came up with that because that's half of the 60,000 per connection for those addressing a violation. Next slide, please. All right, so going over some of the public comments that we received. One of the big things that we heard is that we should not have a cap, or we should have a higher cap. Staff disagreed with that. As you could see in the projections, we have a very large need and less money available than we would like. So in order to spread the money as much as possible, we are proposing to keep that $30 million cap. Some of the comments were also talking about ways of essentially getting around that cap, getting deputy director approval and whatnot to move forward. We're not proposing putting that in the IUP. Rather, if we were to have a special project that needed to have a higher amount, we would plan on taking that to the board for approval if needed. For funding priorities, we had a comment that those addressing septic to sewer should be considered top priority for both funding and technical assistance. Right now, as I mentioned, that is considered a priority. It's one of the 3 priority type projects, but we're not recommending that it's top priority over the 3. I will flag that as money is getting tighter, grant fundings are getting tighter, we are planning on having involvement with stakeholders to figure out, how should we prioritize grant funding in the future. And so that could be something that's considered for future IUPs, just flagging there. There was also a request to prioritize consolidation incentive funding, in particular for projects that, so I guess I'll talk about what the incentive funding is first. If a project is done that is a regionalization project, or if it's a septic to sewer project, the receiving water system could potentially come in for an incentive project, which would be something totally separate from the actual septic to sewer or regionalization project. It is kind of, well, it's an incentive for the system that would be taking on the smaller system. So they could get up to a $10 million in 0% loan. There was a request to prioritize that those were given out to projects that are to receiving water systems that did a septic to sewer project for a small disadvantaged community. However, we're not recommending prioritizing at this point. We haven't really had much interest in our incentive program. We're not proposing changing the incentive program, but there doesn't seem to be a need to incentivize, or I'm sorry, not incentivize, prioritize the incentive. Moving on, next slide, please. For eligibility, there were some more comments as far as what our technical assistance program could do, and we definitely recommend continuing to work with our technical assistance section as far as potential changes to existing technical assistance agreements that we have, or potentially even new technical assistance agreements. We don't specify exactly what could be done under those in this IUP, but definitely the ideas are good ideas, and we're willing to work with the providers on those. There is a request to clarify the flex and give more flexibility on private property components. As I mentioned, this is more so for septic to sewer projects, that we could do the work on private property, in particular for residential homes. So the decommissioning of the septic tanks and private laterals, that's typically eligible. And we also specify that for commercial properties, that's not typically eligible. So we didn't clarify it any further. There is already language in there, and we try to give flexibility where we can so that, you know, if there is a funky case, we could work with the applicant on that. And I think that's pretty much it on this slide. Next slide, please. So what's coming up for small community wastewater? After adoption of this IUP, we do plan on updating our fact sheet. So that's a quick way for applicants to look online and see, you know, what could we potentially be eligible as a small disadvantaged community without reading through this very large document. We know that could be a little intimidating. There's some other upgrades or updates that we want to do to our website as well to have more information available to communities. We are planning on having stakeholder engagement for future funding priorities, as I mentioned, with the projections showing that we have a huge need and not that much money. How should we prioritize these projects? If people are interested in that, I definitely recommend getting on our email list, and that's on this slide here, so that you could get updates and information as far as any kind of workshops that we have going on for that. We're also planning on working with regional boards and Division of Water Quality to get their input as well. Next slide, please. Moving on to stormwater. So the IUP proposes to maintain the 10 million of clean water SRF principal forgiveness that was put aside in last year's IUP for stormwater projects that are already pending right now. We have a couple projects that just didn't get executed last fiscal year, but we have applications in-house, and we're just processing those to get those funding agreements out. We did receive one comment from California Stormwater Quality Association. In particular, it supported this proposed IUP, but it also is requesting increases in the grant and principal forgiveness funding available for stormwater projects next year. So we will look into that next year. There was also support for DFA participation and engagement in the CASWA conferences and continuing to work with CASWA on priorities. One thing that I will flag is, you know, as we talked about Prop 4, we do have Prop 4 stormwater money in the works. We are planning on having a public workshop this month to talk about what's being proposed in the guidelines for Prop 4. So I definitely recommend, if anybody is interested in stormwater funding, to participate in that on July 21st. And then we're planning on taking that to the board in October with solicitations towards the end of the year for that. And that is all. Next slide, please. So questions, comments?
Fantastic. Much appreciation, as always, to this yearly effort in the intended use plan. A lot of balancing, and I appreciate the projections as well, knowing that we're facing something of a fiscal cliff here when it comes to the bipartisan infrastructure law dollars going away after this year, And we keep seeing about half of the capitalization grant that we traditionally see for the SRFs. Appreciate highlighting the concerns that we certainly have on the diminishing resources that we have to address what is, we know, a growing need. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any questions, comments off the bat. We do have a few commenters that we can go to and listen to. If not, Board Member Blumenfeld.
Chair Esquivel, I was actually, we must be telepathy. I was thinking about IIJA, the bipartisan infrastructure bill. So that cliff would be really great to understand. Like, if back to the analogy, I don't really think of it as an analogy or even metaphor, is what we are. We're a bank. And so one of the largest sources of funding coming in the door is ending significantly. And so just kind of how that shapes DFA's and staff's thinking on what that means for how we give money out and how we prioritize. I guess the question would be, absent what the chair said, those two funding sources, if they weren't going down, would we have different priorities, or are these priorities? It was hard to understand if these priorities are reacting to that fiscal cliff. A lot of people read about what is happening in Washington, D.C., and I think they think, well, how's that affecting me? Like, and this is a pretty direct way of how it's affecting a very basic issue that we all care about, drinking and wastewater. So I'd love to have some kind of dashboard of funds coming in and then the number of loans out for both drinking water and stormwater and wastewater. So all the different categories, and then kind of what we're thinking of doing in reaction to it. Because it's a pretty big fiscal change that we're going to have to react to. And so the plan seems really smart, given limited resources. I want to spend more time as a board understanding what we could do, because traditionally SRF, and as it's called, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, was exactly that, bipartisan. Everyone wants their community to get these services. So understanding the impacts and the actual reduction in funds. Maybe we could talk just very briefly, because I wasn't aware about the reduction in SRF capitalization on the drinking water and wastewater side. Maybe you could just let us know what the picture for this year or last year has been, and from a percentage basis, like what that will do to the fund.
Yeah, I'll let folks respond, but just to quickly say, and appreciate the question, board member. We do have that data, and so we can make sure, and we've presented it at different points here at this board meeting before, but definitely can recap it and make sure that we have it there. Broadly, to my mind, what we're doing is not necessarily changing our priorities. What will happen likely is the funding score at which we cut off for funding of that year will simply grow higher. So, we won't be able to do as much, but at least the priorities that we have, and we can make sure we do a recap with you around them, are in our scoring criteria. And those were recently refreshed. They kind of get refreshed each year. And there may very well be a need to relook at those. But to my mind, what the program would do is simply have a higher cutoff point at that point to react to it. But definitely want to hear from.
Chair, there's a real consequence of doing that.
Oh,
So
for sure.
when Bridget was talking on slide 14, just the money in funding versus money out, just for these small systems, the delta is huge. So if you can change the scoring criteria so that less, but then to the earlier presentation about at risk,
You're not getting as much, yeah.
Inadequate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the need is getting, we want the funding to match the need. And so to the extent that we all understand in real time the lack of alignment between inputs and what the demand is, would be really helpful.
Definitely. And that's something that we wanted to share here, because this next year is going to get even more painful as we go into the following fiscal year. And also as people are preparing their applications and anticipating, what kind of project they can afford to complete, we just want eyes wide open. And it is a real question because we recognize we can't just lower maximums and everyone's, projects just can't get done. I mean, costs are going up. So there's going to need to be that conversation around, are we funding fewer projects that are, these high dollars and they are expensive? Are we, we're already looking at how we can phase and make sure that whole projects can be operational at the time they're complete. But that is, especially next year, that's going to be probably a difficult conversation. So we want to start getting that early feedback, both from stakeholders, but will be, what I expect a big part of the conversation for next year's IUP and how we handle that, and also how we demonstrate what we know of as the application need, but pairing that with the greater need across California. This is just the applications that we're aware of. And this is a great pairing with the wastewater needs assessment informational item, talking about, well, what's the true need for California infrastructure, not just the ones that are already talking to us.
This is just small community wastewater funding. This isn't drinking water. This isn't large system.
Correct.
This is a very narrow slice. So if you looked at the total picture, it would be, yeah. Anyway, at some point, just for me, it'd be great to have a briefing on what the total capitalization of SRF is, and then what the impact across all the different SRF categories would be. Because we're lucky enough to have a chair who worked for a US senator. I'm not sure that our political representatives in Washington understand what the impacts necessarily are. And our job is to make sure that they do, so that everyone's going into this eyes wide open.
I really appreciate that, board member. And I will give a shout out to Candace Cotton, our legislative director. I know what we have is a pipeline of information from DFA to the senators' offices and the congressional offices around these issues, actually. Have had really good, I know, conversations so as to arm them with the information they need to do their best to advocate in DC for continued funding and to, eyes wide open around the challenges that the reduction in the capitalization grant have created. That comprehensive picture across clean water and drinking water SRF, we can definitely provide here. This is a snapshot just on small community wastewater, but it is reflective of the greater need. But we can have that more comprehensive picture for sure. And maybe what we can do is fold it into one of the upcoming informational items here before the board, just so that we put a finer point on it, to your point.
Chair Esquivel, may I?
Of course. Smokus.
You'll get a deep dive into the drinking water SRF in the next item, and it will include the impacts of the fiscal cliff that we're facing. So you'll get the drinking water picture because it's a workshop. As Chair Esquivel mentioned, we've done the briefings on clean water SRF previously, but more than happy to provide a briefing on that comprehensive picture.
Mainly, I just want the public to know, because often what we do sounds so complicated. This is about dollars and cents and an administration that is preventing funds from helping basic human needs in California, and it's just a big deal.
Totally. And really appreciate the conversation here and the highlight.
And just to add, as far as like the things that we're considering, when we talk to stakeholders, we used to have caps at 5 million. That used to be a pretty normal cap. So these caps that we've been seeing recently are very, very high. We've seen very high project costs coming in. The cap historically for planning was more like 500,000. So showing it at 2.5 million is pretty high. Flagging that for a very long time. We also had like 80% grant, 20% loan was normal. So maybe we go back to that. Maybe we have something similar like 75, 25. So those are the type conversations that we'll probably want to have with stakeholders. In addition to, as I mentioned right now, there's the 3 different priorities for small community wastewater. As far as the septic to sewer, addressing a violation, regionalization, maybe we further prioritize that, like top priority is septic to sewer that's addressing a violation, for example, and maybe those that aren't addressing a violation are further down on our list. So those are the types of things that we're looking for input on. And if people are interested, definitely recommend signing up, reaching out to me as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciation. Looking to other board colleagues, board member Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. First, just want to really thank staff for the presentation and the time they have spent on the IUP this year. It is, it's an annual undertaking, and each year it brings its own challenges. I also just really do appreciate the, every year we have a great presentation on the Clean Water SRF, and just for me, the small community wastewater, the last couple of years, it has been somewhat overshadowed. We all know that I have, I'm not all that comfortable with the move from the small community wastewater program being moved out of the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. I do really believe that the two need to be together to better serve all underrepresented Californians, and that it's just more equitable that way. However, this move, what it has done with it being moved under Ms. Chase, who has a long history in small community, working with small communities, and especially with the wastewater, it has highlighted the program once again. This program here has been around since, I want to say, like the mid 2000s. So it's a long program. It's a program with a lot of history. It has been here with the water boards, and it just seems to have recently been a little bit overshadowed, and now is being highlighted again, where we can really focus on what these needs are, and they're great needs. And that's what we're having this conversation here about now, is what these needs are and how do we, again, prioritize them. And just the conversation that we're having here of just how to prioritize the funding and how to look at it. And so, yes, we've had these, different limits, and they have changed annually. And those really are based on, my understanding is that they're based on what the needs were to get a project to completion, to get over that finish line, so that we could help and assist a small community to fully meet its needs. And now, we're at this point which I continue to be concerned with the amount, that we're rolling back some of those caps into where the small community may have to start looking at receiving loans, whether it is a no interest or low interest loan. Many of these small communities, the reason why they are failing and have the violations is because they are completely inadequate. They do not have the TMF to run their system, let alone take out a loan. So, I really think, as we continue with our looking at the systems and the program, we really need to take it into consideration and to look at how do we better serve as a whole. We just heard a presentation on the wastewater needs assessment and how to get to communities more proactively and to help. And a lot of that will be a partnership, not only with DFA, Division of Water Quality, and our regional boards. And I completely agree with the comment that Ms. Mackey made of really looking at compliance and working with our regional boards and working at, using those other tools of how to get to a lot of these small systems and help them to come into compliance, where we aren't spending millions upon millions of dollars to completely redo a system if we can get to them sooner. Again, also within Division Financial Assistance, as we are looking at the numbers and the amounts, Mr. Downey also stated, when a project takes a while to get to that point and get to construction, those construction dollars also go up. So again, how do we get to systems quicker so that those dollars are not going up and we can help more systems? We can move them through quicker. So how do we get those planning documents done faster so that we can reach construction and we can get shovels into the ground? So just, want to continue those conversations with you all to really see how do we continue under, Ms. Chase's leadership here of really getting these systems moved through quicker and getting those shovels in the ground so that we aren't looking at reducing the amount that where we're trying to spread them out among systems to the point to where we really aren't serving very many, and we are having greater water quality issues. And so really finding that balance and helping the public and communities understand where we are at this point in time and the real need for funding in this program, and what does it mean when we don't have funding in this program? How the need to move these systems faster to and what does it mean when we don't move them faster? So really looking at, just that balance there. And the other point, which, I've said before also, is just the need to making sure that we continue to track the systems that come in that have viable projects, continuing to keep those and to track those, because that also feeds into our wastewater needs assessment, and that we can continue to provide that whole picture to better communicate to the public what is our need, our true need in California, because that's how we protect our water quality and also public health. So again, thank you. Looking forward to continuing these conversations and really seeing, how I can continue to support you all and really doing, the good work that you continue to do. And, Ms. Hunk, keep up the great work that you're doing on the SRF side. It's always a pleasure to also see you and to hear about what's happening with the SRF program too. And thank you both.
Thank you so much, Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. I concur with my colleagues' comments, and I'll just add a little bit of more thought on how we wrestle with this fiscal cliff situation, and I'll have some comments on the next item as well. But when it comes here to the small community wastewater grant program specifically, it doesn't really have a prioritization scheme as it currently stands. I mean, you have the categories for the top line projects, but there's no scoring system like you have with the SRF loan program. So part of what I think we're all going to have to confront, and I really appreciate that you're going to be doing some stakeholder outreach and engagement and listening to the public, and because I think this is going to take a group think here and get all the ideas out on the table to figure out how do we have the biggest impact with limited dollars in terms of spreading those dollars around to Board Member Morgan's point, getting projects completed faster, but really thinking about the urgency of different projects and the ones that we need to get completed ASAP, right? If there's an ongoing pollution issue discharging to a river where we've got contamination happening, to me, that's an incredibly urgent issue that needs to get resolved as quickly as possible. So let's connect that to the funding that we have, albeit limited, and get that solution completed. Whereas there may unfortunately be some other projects that we need to put a little bit on the back burner as we continue to advocate and look everywhere we possibly can for that additional funding to help get those projects over the finish line. So I really appreciate some of the different ideas that you laid out, Ms. Chase, and I'm sure there's more out there that we need to all kind of weigh and consider as this year moves on. But we have a huge challenge ahead of us, and really just appreciate the work and the transparency in showing what we're seeing in this kind of crystal ball of funding. And hopefully there's those green bars will get a little bit taller in future fiscal years. But I think we need to just have an honest reckoning with the situation that we're in. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate all the great comments here from the dais and agree with all of the members. We're going to have some interesting conversations here and important ones here into the next months. Let's go ahead and hear from our commenters. We have a group of commenters. Start with Beth Hasso, Karen Cowan, and then Jared Voskel. So Hasso, great to see you. Good morning.
Good to see you too, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. Welcome, Board Member Blumenfeld. Beth Olasso on behalf of Water Reuse California. Thrilled this is an easy IUP for us. It's been a few years, so glad to be here in strong support. And I think that just has to go back to all the work that we have done with the SRF Advisory Committee and really working all these problems out and getting to the root of things. This is the first year of our new policy amendments with the new scoring criteria. So we're still evaluating how that's working. We're probably going to need a couple years worth of data on that, but just putting the marker out there. And we've already started in our advisory group having these conversations about the fiscal cliff. CASA and Water Reuse are sponsoring AB 2777. We're putting ourselves out on the ledge there saying, let's talk about how we can have adjust maybe the loan terms to figure out how we can get more money back into the program. We know that we see that fiscal cliff too, and we're looking forward to those conversations. I think they're going to be tough. We've got big projects coming and are looking for ways to fund those. And know that we've got to do something. So we're all at that table, and I think those discussions about how to balance board priorities, keeping the program healthy. I think that's we've had this conversation in this setting about how we need to have big borrowers and keep that loan money coming back in, because it's the only place it's coming from now, is coming back from our borrowers. So figuring out this balance of board priorities of, failing systems, getting recycled water in there, looking at things like Jared's going to talk about nutrients, all these priorities with this limited funding and that balance we're going to have to find. And so we really just appreciate that constant dialogue that we have to try to figure out these levers. So just really want to thank, and the DFA staff, we have all these conversations, we talk through these things. We have our bad faces on Zoom when one of us says something that's unpalatable. But just want to thank that and hope that can continue, because it's really, really important and has gotten us to this place where we can have an easy IUP, because we're getting there. So thank you again. Strong support. Thank you to staff. They've been great.
Thank you, Ms. Olasso. Really appreciate your leadership here in the space, and completely agree that, the more we're able to discuss these things, and there can be disagreement, that's okay. The point isn't to not have disagreement, it's to work through those and try to find a common vision and a consensus around it. So thanks for your advocacy, your partnership. Does mean a lot. It was impressive to see the 325,000 acre feet of additional water we're adding through the recycled water projects that we're funding here just over the last 5 years. That's huge. It's significant. And it wouldn't happen if we didn't have these partnerships across the sector. So thank you. Means a lot. All right. Next, I'd like to call up Karen Cowan, be followed by Jared Voskuil.
Morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, and welcome to our newest board member, Mr. Blumenfeld. I'll look forward to hopefully getting to meet you and learn more soon. I'm here for the California Stormwater Quality Association. I'm our executive director. First, I wanted to start with some thank yous. So we've been commenting on the SRF and the IUP for the last couple of years, and I think we're making progress in some of the key areas that we had commented on before. One is a really big thank you to DFA staff who've done a tremendous job connecting with CASQA and our members to really help on some of the education and collaboration on helping to solve some of those barriers. So really importantly, last October, DFA did booth at our conference, and that's really important. That's over 1,200 folks who work in stormwater over 3 days. It's a tremendous opportunity to be visible and to answer questions about the SRF and how to get on the IUP. So thank you to DFA, and I believe they're actually going to be back again this year at our conference in Sacramento. So thank you. Last fall, CASQA staff also met with DFA staff, Mike Downey, Bridget Chase, Jennifer Toney, Lisa Hong, and several other staff to really work through ways to improve the application process. Because right now, the SRF is really on the clean water side is really a wastewater application. It is not designed for stormwater. That in and of itself is a really, really large barrier. So we're thankful for staff identifying that and helping to work through some changes to the application process. We also think that the Prop 4 grant funding process will help there as well. We're hoping to learn from Prop 4, the applications and even the guidelines, and maybe to take a lot of those lessons into the SRF. We do anticipate that the SRF or the Prop 4 will probably be oversubscribed, that you'll get more applications than you're going to have money for. So when we talk about need, there's been a lot of discussion about need. I want to amplify and elevate as much as possible the stormwater need in that conversation. So just the pure project basis alone, we do anticipate having a lot of applications come in for Prop 4, and we're hoping that that need can therefore translate over into future considerations in the SRF, particularly in the principal forgiveness category, because as we know, there's not many stormwater agencies right now with dedicated funding, which blocks them out of the rest of the SRF, the loan side of the house. Related to need, I also want to note there's other projects that we do have going on right now. Obviously, the state's cost reporting tool and policy has been put out and goes into effect very soon. That will get at least our arms around what people are spending to comply with their permit provisions. Separately, we have a larger, broader question, kind of what wastewater has just gone through and what you've heard from earlier today, is we are leading an effort to get our arms around what the actual needs are in stormwater in California. And that project is being initiated here this year. And we thank Storm staff and the rest of State Water Board staff who are working in collaboration with us to move that very important project forward. So as you go forward, I understand very much the situation that the State Water Board is in. So thank you for continuing to fund those two projects that were on the SRF at the $10 million level. Again, we're very aware of the financial situation going on, but we hope that, again, a lot of what's happening right now will help inform future decisions, hoping to increase potential principal forgiveness where that is possible in future funding years on the SRF and the IUP. And we're also hoping to increase the per project cap. That is a real big barrier for these stormwater projects because $5 million does not do much for a stormwater project. It's not going to. It actually decreases, I think, inclusivity because there's not a lot of folks out there with that much money that they can bridge the gap and bring other funding to the table. So we're hoping that, as we learn, hopefully from Prop 4, that a higher project cap might incentivize other communities to be able to put in projects that can be fully funded. So those are thank yous for this year and our requests as you move forward in future years. And as always, we're very thankful for the board's support and for staff's engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Really appreciative of those good comments. Exciting time for stormwater, and agree that as we move toward then the guidelines for the Prop 4 stormwater projects, it's a real opportunity to just put a spotlight and have a solicitation that is specific to stormwater that can only help, I feel, ultimately all this work being done on the SRF. So much appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jared Voskuhl.
Good morning again, board members. Jared Voskuhl, Director of Regulatory Affairs on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 140 wastewater agencies and municipalities that engage in the collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery of wastewater. Really great to be up here this year just with support of the IUP, like Beth said. From a historical standpoint, maybe 5 years ago, we thought the SRF capacity for lending each year was $1.2 billion. That was revised down by $600 million, and losing $600 million you could put towards new funding was a big impact on the fund. Kind of coming out of that, it resulted in water reuse and CASA working with the Water Board, the Office of Water from Sac State on developing a report that talked about how do we optimize the fund and its management going forward. And that report came out in 21, 22. And it's been 5 years, and 5 is a small number, right? It's like one hand, but it's been a long 5 years. It's more like 60 months or like 250 weeks of working through SRF items. Good.
Thank you for putting it into context.
For the record, there's laughter across the room. But in that time, we saw Leslie Lawton left the board, Ann Hartridge left the board, Christopher Stevens, left, retired. Now we have Mike Downey, Lisa Hong, Stefan Sipik. And these standard bearers have come in, and over these 60 months since the SRF Stakeholder Advisory Group was formed in response to that report, we have these meetings to really develop this pathway forward. And I could sit here and probably narrate more about what we've done, but only look at the legislation that we have sponsored saying, let's take off this cap on your interest rates. Let's talk about lending out more money to bigger projects because it serves more Californians. And there's a trust that's been built with this team in this continuity that, we're really trying to preserve, but also, like we said in the last item, looking ahead 20 years for generational investments. And so as we kind of went through we had the stakeholder advisory group, we went through informal policy amendments Then we went through formal policy amendments, and we adopted policy amendments. And as we have been tracking this, like Beth said, we need a few years, IUPs in there to really analyze how's this impacted it. It seemed like the new criteria of affordability, it resulted in some projects getting in, which was the design and the intent of that new criteria. But it wasn't at the expense of taking away money from projects that really, from the SRF, from the loan standpoint, are the traditional pathway that wastewater agencies rely on the SRF to fulfill that CIP budget, And so seeing that kind of outcome in the policy amendments, it made us feel comfortable. As we looked into it a little bit more and we thought this is the kind of thing to track in future years, one of the other policy amendments was requiring a complete application for scoring. And we don't understand that on paper, why that makes sense. But if science moves at a snail's pace, these projects move like at a glacier's pace. And so when you're talking about the design and construction, we had imposed recently like a 1.5-year time frame, 18 months. If you're placed on the fundable list, you have to get to an executable agreement. And so this kind of readiness piece of you can only even be scored now if you have a complete application. We might need to just track it for going forward because some of these processes might take longer than these timeframes. We're kind of not artificially imposing, but they are just kind of not hardly enshrined in policy. They're just discretion and they're support of that. We understand why they're in there. But wanting to flag that because I think a lot of projects typically would be scored. They might actually score well enough to get placed on the fundable list, even though it wasn't a complete application. And it kind of sends a signal to the team of like, this is going to be someone on your horizon coming forward. That information is still available, right? Like staff still has that. But just as we're trying to evaluate what does the fund need, what is this subscription and anticipated use of the fund, that's important to track. And then I just also note there was a comment about a dashboard maybe, and I think we've talked about this in the stakeholder advisory group, like team spike the football, like you're putting out billions of dollars. You can easily track how that comes in and out. And it's a great testament to the work that's being done here in California to provide clean water and drinking water. Borough Reclamation has this for their smart water program. So you can kind of see templates for how this could be done. But we like that idea. And then also just on the comment with the federal funding being reduced, to be sure, just kind of for the sake of the public or those who aren't as initiated, so that funding is being reduced, but it's going to earmarks. And those earmarks are getting funding to agencies directly. And so the board's a little bit out of the process of that, but it is still getting money to agencies. But there is a thought of how does that really clip in and diminish how much is available for the board and then where do we find it? And so again, some of these policies that we're kind of endorsing in AB 277 as an organization with water reuse help provide relief to the board on those challenges. And I think if you compare California to maybe some other states, we're involved in national organizations that deal with SRFs. I feel like California is positioned in a much better way than some of their state peers because they're going to have some of these tools in their tool belt to help augment and supplement. And that's something that has come through partnership, through trust. They talk about the pace of progress. It moves at the pace of trust. And so having these relationships with this stakeholder advisory group, looking forward 5 and 10 and 20 years, just more collaboration is needed, but kudos to this team on this year's IUP. Keep tracking it through next year's, and then the stakeholder advisory group. Big shout out to Office of Water for also being involved in that. I think we have a meeting tomorrow. So with that, thank you.
Thank you as well again, Mr. Voskuil, and completely agree that what we've seen these last years is a growth in trust in the relationship and discussion, and that can only help to serve us and better serve the communities we serve amongst us. So really appreciate that point and your comments here around the scoring criteria. Again, Ms. Olhasso also brought up, it was great to be able to get through that and now have the criteria in place, and we'll definitely be seeing what the impact is over the course of the next years as we try to get that right balance, always at driving our priorities and helping to just maximize each dollar that we receive here. So thank you. All right, that wraps up our commenters. Oh, we do have one more commenter. Oh, sorry. Apologize. I should have better. Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Clary. Good to see you.
Hello, good morning, Chair Esquivel. Welcome, Member Blumenfeld. My name is Jennifer Clary. I'm the California Director for Clean Water Action. I wasn't going to say anything because I haven't served on the advisory committee for like a decade, but dirty water is a lot of fun. So I do like to keep my hand in. It's kind of a dilettante. But the one thing I noticed is because we've had so much funding the last several years, the Small Community Wastewater Grant Fund has been kind of stagnant at this $8 million level. And if you guys decide to raise it, it's not like it goes up right away. It needs to, so my suggestion is, and maybe you've already done it and I didn't hear it in the presentation, are you going to be increasing the cap on the Small Community Wastewater Grant Fund? And will that be happening in this fiscal year? That's my only question. If it's not, I think the board should direct that it happens. Because when it was passed, when it was adopted, the discussion was having a $10 million program, and you've got more money now. So I would think that you could handle a bit more. And I was also talking to one of your folks, all the DFA guys are over here, and they were telling me that there's a cool new financial model. So maybe we can do a little bit of playing around to understand what's possible. But the important thing is you don't need legislative approval to increase that cap. So let's just get that done and get it done today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clary. I don't know, Ms. Chase or Mr. Downey.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So just to add a little bit of context, this the small community grant fee is a fee that can be issued from the Clean Water SRF program. Per California statute, we can only issue that fee in lieu of interest. So this is interest, what would be interest earnings on some Clean Water SRF loans instead comes back as fee revenue into a separate sub-account, which then loses the SRF color and then can be given out as grants. So it's a pretty nifty tool set up in the federal SRF program because principal forgiveness is only available from the capitalization grants we get directly from EPA. So there's no other way to give out that additional subsidy of like a grant or principal forgiveness other than this method, coming through the SRF. So that authorization authority, that authority, we have $8 million worth of authority of fee that we can apply, and then we have $8 million of annual expenditure authority that we can spend. I might need help from my OCC colleagues. I do believe any change to that authority would be a legislative process and BCP. There's more to it, I think, than simply board authority to say, go turn more of the interest earnings into small community grant.
Mr. Wilson, do you want to chime in on the
Yeah, I
legality?
believe that's true, at least on the appropriation side. There's an appropriation of the $8 or $9 million, and we would need that to be upped in order to actually have the expenditure authority.
So that's not something, my understanding is that's not something that could be decided here today, but that is something that we can look more into and come back to the board on what would be the steps to do that. To be frank, it's a partial conversation. We've already started daylighting with the stakeholder group and just talking about all the ins and outs and levers of the SRF program and what can be done and what might people be interested in, trying to get a better understanding of that. So we can definitely get some more information and come back with specific steps of what that would take.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in doing so and appreciate that. And looking to fellow board colleagues, if they have any other comments or questions, both on Ms. Clary's comment, but anything else we heard from commenters. And if not, I believe we may be prepared for a motion.
I'll make a motion to move item 5, including the direction for staff to come back to us with additional information and the steps to increase the small community grant from just to increase it. So we'll talk about the amount later. Thanks.
Second.
Thank you both. Really appreciate that, board members. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Blumenfeld.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the resolution is adopted, directing the adoption of this year's Clean Water SRF IUP. Really appreciate the great work that has gone into it. Looking forward to, I know, work starts now on next year's IUP. So just thank you all. All right, let's go ahead, just for planning purposes. I know it is now getting into the lunch hour. I'd like to finish getting through our next item on the Drinking Water Revolving Fund workshop, our quick board member reports, and then we'll everyone take a late lunch. So apologies for those that I know might need a little sugar. Please take a snack, and we'll move on here to item number 6. Thank you. All right, I think we can begin item number 6 here, and some familiar faces and some new ones for the drinking water side here. So hand it off to Mike Downey.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. And I now am realizing that every word I speak puts us further from lunch, so I will try to be concise. So we are here today for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan for the upcoming fiscal year. I have Kristen Abhold, Assistant Deputy Director, overseeing our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. Thank you. I'm blinking. Jennifer Larson and Lisa Hong, overseeing the SRF elements, and Jean Fung with the Office of Chief Counsel, advising DFA. Next slide, please. We're going to do a quick recap of the 25-26 accomplishments, and then we'll spend most of the time looking forward with the financial outlook, and then going through the individual funding objectives that make up the Drinking Water SRF Intended Use Plan. Probably trying to spend most of our time on the grant and principal forgiveness piece. Next slide. One thing we wanted to point out was just the incredible amount of funding commitments that the board has put out over the last 5 years. Both types and quantity can fluctuate, but we've seen, close to $300 million a year just in grant and principal forgiveness. This last year being the highest of the last 5 years. The loan commitments have fluctuated as well, but the nature of the loan program allows for that cash flow modeling and pushing just as much commitment as we can and issuing revenue bonds to as needed for the cash. In addition, just to the actual amounts, which is reflective of increased construction costs, we also have seen more agreements, combination of agreements and amendments as time has gone on. And those amendments also can bring increased cost commitments to those projects that we have committed to. Next slide, please. So a few of these categories are not going to be the focus of today's IUP, but altogether does make up all of the work that is ongoing in DFA associated with these planning and construction projects, which the IUP really focuses on. So talking about technical assistance work plans that our technical assistance group oversees with our third-party providers, interim water, regional agreements. But the bulk of what we'll talk about today is the planning grants and construction grants. Just a huge amount of projects that represent over $1 billion in commitments. And then as we talk about the SRF commitments, it's a little bit of a different equation because we talk about committing those funds before we have them, unlike the grant dollars. So that represents $2.7 billion in commitments with 1.5 still to be dispersed. And if you go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about that. So I wanted to bring this up, and this is a evaluation that EPA does for SRF programs nationally. And there's been recent conversations nationwide about slow SRF commitments, which definitely makes us nervous when we're talking about Congress appropriating additional funds for the SRF programs. But I want to demonstrate here how California is exceeding all the metrics that EPA uses to measure a successful program. Once again, in the top 10 of fund utilization or PACE. And what that is a measurement of is how many funds could be committed and how many funds have been committed. So you'll notice that California is above 100%. So that might seem curious that we're committing more funds than we have, but that is really what's encouraged from a cash flow model perspective. Because this is a revolving loan program, we should be able to, and we do, calculate out when are those repayments coming in, when will we have the cash in the future ready for the projects that we're committing to now. So we talked a little bit on the clean water side about the time it takes to go from a funding commitment, finish design, go out to bid, finish construction. So the cash needs for that process, which is a reimbursement process, both for our grants and loans, we can calculate when the funds will be needed, and so we can commit the funds earlier and get the project started earlier when we talk about just the urgency around these projects. Next slide,
I had a quick
please.
question on this slide.
Oh, sure.
So if you look at the one that's 100, do you know what number one is, the first state?
They were trying to hide it so we wouldn't get too competitive, but this is just an annual snapshot. So this changes every year. A lot of this, for some of the really high performing states, it could be bond issuances and just a cycle of when they do their annual funding commitments.
I guess the question was, are there things that we can learn from the 6 in front of us in terms of, like, should we be close to 110 then 102, like, and how? I guess it's a risk question, which is why, like, at some point asking the board and teeing up for the board, like, it's a risk tolerance question, like how much money do you want to project forward without having it capitalized yet? And so I don't know what my answer would be on that, but I'd love to understand the context in which number one state, whatever they are, forgetting the competitive part, but like they're making decisions that are slightly further into that risk category than us.
Might be New York.
Or I think I missed Joaquin
So it
Reed.
might be New York.
Yes, there is a lot of diversity with all 102 SRF programs, and there are definitely different levers that a lot of them can pull on. So I think it is worth talking with the other high performing states to see where we can tweak just a bit, right, to get even more. I'll say that we have been number one in the past, so there's nothing in particular that states are consistently doing to outperform us. So some of it is a metric based on some other factors. I would say, for example, drinking water SRF, we're really proud of this pace because this factors in all of the lead service line federal capitalization grants we've received that we have essentially not committed because we've just had such a struggle getting those lead projects identified. Our number would look even better if we were just looking at the amount of funds that we feel like we can actively move on. So that, those are some of the nuances, but your point is still well taken that it's great to learn from the other state programs, and our staff attend biannual meetings with the association that represents SRFs to do some of that learning.
I want to provide a little bit of context that we do work with a financial advisor who helps model the loan capacity, both for drinking water SRF and for clean water SRF. And they also help a number of states as well. Like Mike said, the states do run the SRF programs differently, and sometimes the state statutes and rules are also a little bit different. And based on our financial model, there is a sweet spot that we want to be in. So we don't necessarily want to be super duper high, because that could mean we're like over leveraging or over lending out money based on our model. We can definitely follow up, but I think there is a sweet range, and we are currently in that sweet spot range.
I just don't want the money being taken away. And other board members might not know, but in the Brown administration, I was the US EPA Region 9 administrator, and we held California non-compliance for the drinking water SRF for not spending $450 million. And so the point is, like, we just want to make sure we're in a place where we're not vulnerable. This is a particularly difficult political context to work in Washington, and I'd hate for there to be any reason that the money. So just everything that we can do, we should be doing.
I appreciate that, board member. And for what it's worth, when the threat of the primacy of our program being taken away started to happen is why as the Division of Drinking Waters ended up being transferred over to the state board. So definitely don't want to find ourselves in a position though again. Yeah.
On that note, I will add that recently there's been conversations. I mentioned that EPA claimed there's $14.8 billion in uncommitted SRF funds. That's something that they represent to Congress, and we're concerned with that representation. We dug in with EPA. California is contributing $0 to that uncommitted balance. So on both the clean water and drinking water side. So we're really proud of that. But, it is one of those all ships rise situations. So we really want appropriations to the SRF program so that California's allotment can come to this program. Next slide, please. Just one other way to measure the loan SRF program is the cash to disbursement ratio. And that is from the other angle of how much cash are we hanging on to, both to be responsible, but not hang on to so much cash that we're not making quick use of it. So California, again, in the top 10, this is really more for us about, a lot of it is about our leveraging ability and when we are issuing revenue bonds for cash and when that cash is on hand. So we do monitor that very closely because we want to time that right so that we are making our reimbursements, not leaving any of the commitments we've made be unable to get disbursement, but also not getting that money too early and then falling into compliance issues with the market on tax-exempt revenue bond requirements. So that's we've got a whole team helping us stay on top of that. Next slide, please. So the intended use plan purpose. The intended use plan guides staff in implementing the drinking water SRF program and the complementary funding programs that we run through the IUP. It is for the 2026-27 fiscal year. We use it to apply for and receive our capitalization grants from US EPA for SRF funds. As mentioned before, this is the last year of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding. And as I said, this also includes guidance for state funds. So we put Proposition 4 funding, Prop 1, Prop 68, any remaining funds or disencumbered funds from general fund or other Budget Act appropriations through this process. And really the purpose of that is for the benefit of our applicants. So they can submit one application for funding, and then we can provide based on the different appropriation dates and deadlines and timelines and requirements, what funding that they would be eligible for to really complete a full funding package for them. Next slide, please. This gives a little bit of a picture of the IIJA impact on the funding. So the gray bars is the last 5 years, and we see a huge increase in drinking water SRF funding. The orange is historically what California had received. And so in the future, the hashed estimates, what we're looking at is expecting half of our historical appropriation. And again, what has happened the last 5 years is Congress has directed some of the funding towards earmarks or congressionally directed spending. Was not a huge impact during the IIJA years because of the influx, so it's definitely offset. But that's something that all SRF programs have been making sure stakeholders are aware of, is that now that IIJA additional funding is over, next year would be the first year it really hits of that diminished capitalization grant, which decreases the percentage of principal forgiveness. It also decreases the amounts of set-asides used for technical assistance and administering the program. Next slide, please. The other federal funding that we're applying for in relation with this IUP is those for emerging contaminants. The top line is the actual drinking water SRF emerging contaminants. And then the second line is another federal funding source called Emerging Contaminants in Smaller Disadvantaged Communities grant. We're administering both of these through the IUP, actually an appendix to the IUP, which is a supplemental IUP that gives additional rules for the emerging contaminant objective. However, same application process. We do a lot of co-funding between our other grants and loans. And so really working it together, but it is for a specific objective, and so has a more limited application. With that, I will turn it over to Jennifer.
Thank you. We can go to next slide. So for the drinking water repayable loan portion, I know it's been said before, but historically, the interest rates have been around 2%, well below the market rate. And so a $50 million low interest loan would be about $11 million in savings for a water system. It's compared to if they issued their own bonds or took a commercial loan. So just wanted to highlight that one. The drinking water state revolving fund policy was updated last year. So this is the first year that complete applications were scored. We received over 40 applications, but most were incomplete. So this year, the fundable list includes 6 projects from the previous fiscal year that were already complete, and then 9 new applications that were complete by the end of last year and were scored using the new scoring criteria. So this year's fundable list has loan commitments about 364 million, which is within the sweet spot that Lisa was referring to before. Next slide. So like Mike said, in addition to the drinking water, the regular drinking water IUP, we also have complementary funding with 3 supplemental intended use plans. So we can go to the next slide. Actually, can we skip that one? We'll come back to that one. But the first supplemental IUP is for emerging contaminants funding. This funding is the federal definition for what's eligible for this funding is really any contaminants found in drinking water that is not regulated at the federal level. So that could be PFAS, 1,2,3-TCP, manganese, 1,4-dioxane. The specific contaminants are found on EPA's contaminant candidate lists. Unfortunately, not considered emerging contaminants are hexavalent chromium, nitrate, arsenic, and again, anything with a national drinking water standard. Can we go to the previous slide? Thank you. So emerging contaminants funding is provided entirely by IIJA or bill, bipartisan infrastructure law. There are 2 funding sources in this program, the first one being the drinking waters through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Program. There's currently $210 million available as principal forgiveness, with $62 million reserved for small or disadvantaged communities. As you can see in the chart, based on application demand, we expect to commit all of the remaining principal forgiveness during this fiscal year, with the exception of the small portion reserved for small or disadvantaged communities. The other funding source, we have $255 million available as grant to small and disadvantaged communities, with only $129 million in completed applications. So we will continue conducting outreach to eligible systems to encourage them to submit applications for their emerging contaminants projects, especially since all of this funding will sunset in 2031, so we have to work fast. So given that fast coming sunset date, we have the proposed funding limits, so no grant or principal forgiveness maximum for disadvantaged communities or systems serving a population under 25,000. We are proposing to make planning agreements available for all DACs, disadvantaged communities, regardless of size. And for communities that are not considered disadvantaged or serving a population of 25,000 or greater, there is a $25 million maximum principal forgiveness per water system, up to 50% of the project cost. Unlike other funding through this IUP, there is no cost per connection limit, but we will be reviewing costs for reasonableness. And again, just want to emphasize, we are still accepting applications on a continuous basis, especially for those small and disadvantaged communities. Go to next slide, lead service lines.
Just to clarify, you're
Yes.
still accepting applications, but it looks like the funding demand is higher than the funding available at this point.
The funding demand for or from systems that are not disadvantaged or larger than 25,000 is higher than the funding available to those systems. The funding available to small or disadvantaged communities is greater than the demand at this moment.
Right. So applications are encouraged for those disadvantaged and
Yes.
small communities, but not in the other group at this point.
Complete applications, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
The next funding program is lead service line replacement funding. This funding source is also completely through IIJA bill. We do have 170 or 197 million in uncommitted lead service line funding from prior years. So again, we're not applying this year. Lead service line project funds can be used by water systems to develop their inventory of water service line materials and or replace lead service lines. Unfortunately, replacement of premise plumbing is not eligible for this funding. So based on the Division of Drinking Water's inventory data, there are 0 lead lines in California, so good for us. But we are, based on this data and as well as just outreach that we've conducted, we propose to voluntarily return $175 million in uncommitted funds that we've already received so that other states can use this funding. That will leave us with $22 million available for existing project applications that we have in-house. And we will also be retaining set-asides and already committed project funds. Will be retaining funds used for technical assistance and for programmatic work. We will evaluate next year if we will apply for this year's lead service line allotments if we see an increase in demand. Next slide. So the final intended or supplemental IUP is for the additional supplemental appropriations for Disaster Relief Act. These funds were authorized for water systems that were damaged by the 2018 wildfires. 2 agreements have been executed, and so we are committing all of the funds available. So, and I will hand it over to Kristen.
Yeah, next slide, please. Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I apologize in advance for a fairly long slide deck, but I'm going to do my best to power through it quickly. And for those who are here, this slide deck is posted on the Drinking Water SRF webpage for those who'd like to dig in, because I'm going to throw a lot of data and information at you. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be going over quite a bit because like you've heard earlier this morning, we are facing a fiscal cliff for the drinking water grant principal forgiveness programs that we run here at the Division of Financial Assistance. And I want to make sure we're providing some good context and information around that. Next slide, please. Before I throw a lot of numbers and figures at you, I just want to emphasize what the conclusions are up front. We've made quite a huge investment, the board has, over the last 5 years in helping small communities, disadvantaged communities get access to planning resources to help them figure out long-term solutions to their big challenges. This has historically been one of the biggest barriers for small disadvantaged communities in accessing state funding, both grant and loan dollars. So this was a big commitment made by the board, and what we've seen is success in creating a robust construction project demand pipeline for our funding programs. However, what we're facing is a reduction in both state and federal funding as our infrastructure needs continue to grow. We have 153 water systems currently in our planning pipeline for construction, and right now, our available funding is not going to meet those construction needs. I will emphasize that 153 failing systems is, I have it somewhere in my notes, but this is less than half of the currently failing systems that we have in the state, which is over 400 at this point. We are looking for board direction and public feedback on funding priorities moving forward in order to tackle this looming issue. Next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about where we're at now with the previous IUP. Next slide, please. For grant and principal forgiveness, just for maybe Jared, this is helpful for you, but we're trying to, address a lot of direction that we've received both at the federal, the state level in addressing the needs of communities that are most at risk. When we're talking about drinking water, this is direct public health. So the Safe Drinking Water Act, again, focused on the most serious human health risks. SB 200, we're trying to prioritize systems and communities that are consistently failing to meet safe drinking water standards. And obviously, a lot of you are familiar with the human right to water, where we're trying to help advance that so that all Californians have access to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water. Next slide, please. The way that the board has moved forward in advancing these goals is in our 25-26 board policy. In the IUP, there was a focus on ensuring that our grant dollars were going towards projects that were addressing failing and at-risk water systems, ensuring that the projects are addressing those drivers of risk or failure, and trying to advance physical and managerial consolidations where possible. Next slide. There's a lot on the slide, but this is the FY 25-26 current eligibility categories and system types for grant principal forgiveness. To distill this down, essentially, there are 3 project categories that are prioritized for grants. The first is, and this is not in a ranked order, but we prioritize projects that address a failing water system status, consolidation projects, and projects that help address drivers of risk for a system that's designated at risk. For those in the audience, those are safer statuses created by DDW, our Division of Drinking Water, through a public process, and we have been using that to help drive where we are targeting our grant dollars. Next slide, please. We made some pretty large increases to our maximum grant cost per connection and project thresholds last fiscal year. You can see on the table, it's broken down by the number of connections, so kind of the system size, if you will. Projects that are for systems that serve less than 200 connections, they don't have a cost per connection maximum, but they do have a maximum project grant threshold. For projects that are above 200 connections, there is a maximum cost per connection limit of $80,000 per connection, not to exceed a total grant amount of $50 million. And this was through a lot of data analysis and work last year evaluating projects in our pipeline. We have seen a huge increase in costs for projects in the state, and this was to help enable projects to get over the finish line. Next slide, please. You saw earlier that we've made lots of commitments this last fiscal year. If you look back 5 years, this is the largest amount of funding that we've been able to get out in a single fiscal year, just over $800 million. But you can see that we are having to do a lot of amendments for cost increases for projects as they go out to bid and as they are moving through construction. And we anticipate that continuing to grow over time as well. Next slide.
On that slide,
Yeah.
do you have a slide that shows the relationship between grants and general drinking water SRF, like what the ratio of, so that you can understand contextually how much is being paid back, this is kind of an anomaly in the system. And the IIJA, we always knew would end in 2026. So it's not like suddenly a surprise. So like how do those things relate? I'm not understanding the relationship between those, because this is just money out the door to help communities that can't repay.
Yeah, these are commitments for grant dollars. We do have another slide in just a bit that looks at the amount of funding that we've had going back many years, but we don't have something that combines both funding allocations by fiscal year plus dollars going out the door, if that's what you're asking for.
I mean, I have a larger question which relates to the technical, managerial, financial constraints of small systems. And the fact they don't have the rate base means that they can't get a standard loan because they can't repay it. And so I guess the question is, at some point with consolidation and all the other things that this board has done, you wouldn't want it to be grant-based. You'd want them to have the rate base to be able to support a traditional grant. And so I guess the question is, are we at the stage that is happening? Is that trend line happening? Like that is success, a small system consolidating into a larger system, or getting the rate base that can get a grant. So I guess I'm not getting what success looks like. It's not just dollars out the door. Like dollars out the door is not actually success.
Agree with you.
In some ways. So what is it? What is your way of evaluating whether we're going in the right direction, absent money coming in from the outside?
I appreciate you teeing up that question. The Water Board Safer program has been evolving as it was established in 2019, really tracking systems that are failing and at risk of failing. And so when we look at success in our program, it's really about, are we able to bring systems and communities back into compliance? Are we able to keep them in compliance? And for systems that are at risk of failing, are our investments helping to reduce their risk and again, keep them in compliance? We usually cover this topic a little bit more when we get to the annual fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. But we are seeing improvements there because we have made significant investments in consolidation projects and helping failing systems return to compliance. And we can always provide that information. I don't have that here in the slides, but yeah. When we are making commitments for grant principal forgiveness and we're working with the community, we're trying to ensure that the investments that we're making, the infrastructure, is not only addressing their failing issues, but also trying to make the system more resilient in order to help keep them in compliance. So when we start working with those systems, we're trying to identify some of those other needs and ensure that it's captured within that project. So you can't always prevent a failure from happening, especially as we have new regulations that are adopted and things happen. But we are, I think, doing everything we can to try to prevent new failures from occurring. Yeah. Next slide, please. This is breaking down those commitments on the previous slide into the solution categories that we've been funding. You can see that since fiscal year 2021, the vast majority of our investments have been made in construction assistance, followed by technical assistance, and then interim water solutions. This does include the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, which is administered through the FEP, but we wanted to show holistically where our drinking water grant principal forgiveness funding has been allocated the last 2 years. Next slide, please. We're really excited about this since this has really been a big push for the board over the last few years, which is expanding our construction pipeline and really helping communities identify their biggest challenges and figure out what those solutions might look like. We've invested a lot in technical assistance and planning. I'll point out on the left-hand side, we are currently managing 234 grant construction projects for drinking water. There are 84 projects that we're managing that have not gone out to bid yet, We typically see projects require a cost increase after they've gone out to bid. So pointing that number out, we also have 334 projects that we are managing through our technical assistance program and with direct planning grant agreements. And we've also recently made additional investments into our technical assistance program to help build out capacity for 140 new planning projects. Can you do a click for me? There we go. All told, that creates what I call a watch point. We have 558 potential projects that would need construction funding and most likely additional planning funding as well. So this will build into my demand analysis, which I'll share in just a bit. Next slide, please. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the next 3 years and what that might look like. Next slide, please. Before I dig in, I thought it was important to highlight just the number of funding resources we're administering for our drinking water grant principal forgiveness program. You can see on the left that what we're talking about today is the drinking water SRF IUP, which we use to administer all but one of our grant funding sources. So the drinking water SRF, we received a one-time, GGRF allotment. We have a little bit of Prop 4, Prop $68, and then obviously Prop 4. On the right-hand side is our our State and Affordable Drinking Water Fund expenditure plan, which is another document which will be coming up to you shortly. We sometimes include the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund in our analysis because, as you can see here, it can also fund planning and construction agreements as well. But that funding source is unique in that it also can fund interim and emergency assistance, as well as water system managerial support, which is O&M assistance, administrator assistance, etc. So hopefully this helps ground us as we move forward. Next slide, please. So next year, we're projecting to have total for grant principal forgiveness for disadvantaged communities, $941.7 million. If we are not looking at the EC funds, that's down to $610.2 million. I just want to emphasize here that we tried to maximize carryover for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund into next year. And we've been receiving a lot of questions about that from folks and just wanted to highlight that with the in 2025, with the legislation extension of the Cap and Invest program through 2045, it did change how the GGRF is allocated, which is what supports the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. It was moved, or it is now in Tier 3, which means that we also lost the $130 million backstop for that program, for that funding source. Because we don't quite know what we are going to receive now for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, it's had to push out when we plan for our allotments within the fiscal year. So before we had a $130 million backstop, we knew that in that coming year we would have that funding. Now that we don't know what our allocation is, we cannot make commitments of that funding and plan for its expenditure until we know what that dollar amount is. So you'll see on here that for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, we have $0 in terms of new appropriations for 26-27 planning purposes. This is the first time that that's happening. We're calling it a gap year for planning purposes only. We did try to move some funding around, so using Prop 4 where available, in order to maximize the amount of Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund carryover we're having into this coming fiscal year to ensure that we are able to meet that the needs that can only be met by that funding source. Next slide, please. Here you'll see our projections moving out over the next 3 fiscal years. One of the things I want to highlight here is the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, again, which can be used for both planning and construction funding. New DOF projections are indicating that for our 26-27 allotment, or which we would then be planning for in 27-28, that is now $7.5 million for local assistance. In 28-29, DOF has projected or has not been able to provide projections, but we do have an LOA analysis that says that it could be down to zero given some of the CARB amendments made to their programs, which I can go into if people want to, but this will probably come up more around the fund expenditure plan workshop. Next slide, please. I know this was asked earlier, but here is a breakdown of the grant dollars that we have had since FY 14-15, both federal and state appropriations. You'll see that 26-27 is the last year in which we're receiving our larger allotment of federal dollars. For FY 27-28, we're anticipating a 79% reduction in state grant principal forgiveness or grant dollars for drinking water and an 84% reduction in federal dollars compared to the last 6 years of funding that we've received. Next slide, please. Okay. Funding demand. Next slide, please. So this is a tricky one to try to parse out. I'll just emphasize that there are a lot of different statewide assessments that are done on a somewhat routine basis. The federal EPA does a needs assessment every few years. They've said the state needs about $5.6 billion for small systems. Our Division of Drinking Water here at the State Water Board conducts a cost assessment every few years as part of its needs assessment. You can see there in the middle that projections are just as high. And then we also have our drinking water SRF comprehensive list, which is, any community can submit a general application or inquiry for funding. So these are usually incomplete applications and they don't necessarily have to meet our eligibility criteria. Our current comprehensive list is at $1.4 billion. So the key challenges here is if you're looking out 3 years, what numbers do you use for demand for the program? Next slide, please. There's a lot on here, but I'll walk you through it. So what did we do? This was our methodology. We used the current 25-26 drinking water SRF IUP priorities and eligibilities for projects, which are, again, failing system projects, consolidations, and systems or projects that help at-risk systems. We looked at all of the projects that we have currently in our construction and planning pipeline. So these are projects that we have in technical assistance. These are projects that we have a planning grant agreement with already. These are projects that have submitted an application and we're working with them to complete that application and move them through our funding process. We've worked with all of our project managers as well as our TA providers to evaluate all of these projects to get a sense of what the dollar amount is associated with their needs, as well as the timing on when those projects will be ready for construction and planning assistance. There are about 20% of the projects included in here that we included modeled costs for because they don't have their preliminary engineering report completed yet. And we've also tried to be very conservative. And we know that over this past year, when we've been tracking projects, that most projects or some projects are delayed. And what we've seen is about 30% of projects get delayed. So what we've done is we've taken our demand and we've actually shifted 30% from one year to the next to, again, try to present the most conservative cost estimate that we can have for this discussion. It's important to note what's not included in the numbers that I'm about to share with you all. It does not include the needs of failing systems that are currently outside of our planning pipeline. Like I mentioned before, this includes 153 failing systems. There are over 400 in the state. So and we only have, I think, about 200 plus systems that we're currently working with, even with construction agreements. So there's a lot of failing systems that are not receiving state assistance currently. And we know that there are going to be more systems failing within the next few years, especially as we move forward with hexavalent chromium enforcement. It also does not include construction demands for systems that are going to be entering the planning pipeline over the next 3 years, who may be ready for funding within that time period as well. Next slide, please. We do a lot to track where projects are in our pipeline once we start working with communities and systems. And again, this is in collaboration with our TA providers. I keep doing this because we've got a few of them sitting behind me. They do a lot to help us move projects from those first few phases of project development, from the planning stage to getting a construction application submitted. They also help us with a lot of projects and helping them manage construction projects, even once we have an executed agreement. So some of the projects that you have in the data that I'm going to present are already captured on the left, and they're milestones. That's going to represent new construction demand. And then we do have projects that we have an executed agreement for, like I mentioned, that we anticipate amendment needs there. Next slide, please. For the next 3 years, our construction and planning demand breaks down into these categories. We've tried to use the current 25-26 categories to help illustrate these needs. We have nearly $900 million in need for failing systems. We have $340 million for consolidation of non-failing. And we have $457 million for at-risk systems. And then we have even sliced this up further to ensure that any project that could be eligible for EC funding was called out, because those are different funding sources that we're looking at. There's $285 million in demand for that, which can include some failing systems. So there is a little bit of overlap there. Next slide, please. All right, let's keep going. Next slide. Alrighty, so here's a lot of graphs and charts to help illustrate what this looks like compared to funding availability. Again, we're using the current categories and eligibility criteria. What you see on this graph here is if the board was to put available safe and affordable drinking water funds towards the construction demand that we have for these categories, you can see what the 3-year funding gap looks like. It would be about $1 billion over the next 3 years, starting to materialize next year. But I will emphasize that the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is our most flexible funding source. So what we did is, if you go to the next slide, we wanted to show what this would look like if you excluded the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund from this analysis. And you'd see here that that gap grows obviously a little bit more over the next 3 years, really materializing even starting this year, but really dramatically materializing in the next fiscal year. Next slide. We've just shown if you were to eliminate some of those project categories, what does that do for the potential funding gap over the next 3 fiscal years? So here on the slide is looking at the projected demand for failing and non-failing consolidation projects we have in our pipeline with a $616 million funding gap. Next slide. And here, just failing systems. So going back to my conclusion slide at the very beginning, we have, again, 153 failing systems in our funding pipeline right now. The funding gap in 3 years would be $275 million. Next slide. Some options for consideration. Next slide. So the Drinking Water SRF IUP, the draft that's been posted and made available for public comment, It includes only one real change in the grant principal forgiveness section of the IUP, and it is around the Prop 4 tribal set-aside. We don't have very many tribal drinking water projects currently in our pipeline, and we want to make sure that we're able to fully utilize the set-aside. So we are proposing expansion of eligibility criteria for that set-aside fund. We currently have in the past IUP that tribal projects needed to be failing or at-risk equivalent to access our other funding dollars. We're proposing for the Prop 4 tribal set-aside that be expanded, and any water infrastructure project that can help provide safe, clean, and reliable drinking water to a tribal community should be eligible for that Prop 4 funding. We are not proposing any additional changes at this time to the 26-27 IUP. However, next slide. We are looking for some board direction, either for this coming fiscal year or the next, to help us address some of these funding shortfalls that we're projecting. Some policy options may include option 1, which is no change to this IUP. We would maintain the current eligibility criteria. We maintain current funding limits, and we continue to fund eligible projects as those applications become complete. This is how we've been operating the program. Option 2 that the board may want to consider is modifying eligibilities. You can change eligible priorities or project types, change the grant principal forgiveness funding maximum limits. I had shared that earlier. You can narrow down project application eligibility or expand it and focus on shovel-ready projects. Another option for the board to consider is a hold now, revisit later option, which is no immediate eligibility changes, and we can revisit policy direction in 6 months. And there could be limits on that where we don't commit more than a certain percentage of available grant principal forgiveness dollars. Next slide. I know there's a lot on this slide, but I wanted to share with you some of the levers that the board has used in the past to help with defining eligibility criteria for grant principal forgiveness funding. We've used economic status, system size, the different grant principal forgiveness thresholds, safer status, project types, and project readiness. There is a supplemental appendix to this slide deck, which includes a significant amount of additional data and analysis that's breaking down, for example, what the failing water system demand looks like or project demand. We had been asked previously around what's the cost per connection looking like. We do have that. Also have more information about what the drivers of the failing systems are. We have information on the total project costs and what those look like. So if the board is interested in diving into any supplemental data, I'll be able to bring that up during the discussion. And if there's anything else that's missing, you let me know and we'll make sure that it's provided after this meeting. Next slide, please. Just talking about the schedule here, this is the last slide. We've posted the IUP for comment. Today is our workshop. Well, I think we keep using the wrong date. It's supposed to be this month. The deadline to submit comments is July 23rd, and hoping for board adoption on August 18th.
Fantastic. Really appreciate the presentation, and importantly, all the data that we better have now, especially as we track the effectiveness of the program, where dollars are going, and ultimately to your questions, what we do here with the future of the program and with the imbalances ultimately in the demand and the actual dollars we have to be able to address that demand. So much appreciation. Really thankful for all of that. Looking to fellow board colleagues for any first initial thoughts or questions. We have about 6 commenters that we can hear from. And then seeing none, let's go ahead and go first to our commenters. Let me try to pull up my, this may be out of date. Let me refresh it. I'll say, I think while this tries to connect, I'll just go ahead and call up, I think our first commenters will be Gabriel Adams, be followed by Willis Hahn, and then Kaya Rivers. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thank you.
Chair Esquivel and the members of the board. My name is Gabriel Adams. First of all, can everybody hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gabriel Adams. I'm the city manager and clerk for the city of Trinidad. On behalf of Mayor Cheryl Kelly and the Trinidad City Council, I thank you for this discussion and providing the opportunity to comment. I also want to thank the DFA staff and our regulators for always being insightful, supportive, and treating small cities like small cities. Their encouragement gives us the endurance needed to meet or exceed the mandates, deadlines, and expectations of our state level partners. I did a quick read of the relevant sections of the IUP with a particular interest in the opportunities prioritized for safer at-risk systems and projects. The draft appears to give the Trinidad an opportunity to receive financial assistance from the state, and I'd like to share a summary of our experience that may be of use for the board to consider when preparing the final draft. The city of Trinidad is a small coastal city located in Yurok Aboriginal territory of northern Humboldt County with a population of just over 300. The area is rich in cultural and natural resources and supports a large tourist base 6 to 8 months out of the year with visitors seeking cool weather, big trees, open spaces, and uncrowded beaches. But don't tell anyone. So our city operates a small treatment grade 3 certification level single source surface water system with 328 connections consisting of mostly residential customers with a K through 8 school, working harbor, a market, a gas station, and the Trinidad Rancheria, a Native American reservation established in 1906. We're considered a severely disadvantaged community with an at-risk safer status and an annual water fund operating budget of just over $500,000 with no reserves currently. Water shortage concerns during the 2018-2021 drought forced the city to evaluate whether the source developed in 1970, Luffenholtz Creek, was resilient enough to meet the community's needs into the future. The aging infrastructure was provided a boost from the 2021 multi-benefit drought relief fund to upgrade one of the city's two 50-year-old redwood storage tanks. In 2021, the city lost its chief plant operator who took with them over 30 years of institutional knowledge. This city's efforts to recruit an in-house T3 operator failed and had to hire a consulting engineering firm to run the plant. And as a result, the city burned through about $1 million capital reserve fund in just under 4 years, covering high operating costs. In July 2024, the council authorized a one-time transfer of $300,000 to the general fund to stabilize the water fund. And in October 24, the city conducted a rate study with the help of RCAC. The council faced having to adopt rates that were nearly unaffordable, so instead they settled on a rate option that would only stop the bleeding, with a promise to cut costs and revisit the rate discussion in 2 to 3 years. In January 2026, less than a year after its new tank was put into service, a 6-inch main line broke during the overnight hours and drained the entire storage capacity, approximately 400,000 gallons. The torrential rains prolonged our recovery effort, requiring an extended boil water and shortage period that lasted over a week. The city has held several discussions about whether to consider an opportunity to regionalize through an interconnection, not a consolidation, as I understand it, with the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water System that serves the cities of Eureka, Arcata, several other cities, communities, and CSDs in our area. The council directed our staff, myself, in July of 2025 and again in May 2026 to research options to conduct comparative analysis that evaluates the options of investing in the existing system or considering an interconnection with a larger system with an emphasis on understanding customer rates, resiliency improvements, and growth-inducing impacts. With no funding of its own to conduct this analysis, the city turned to the Division of Financial Assistance for help and was encouraged to submit an application for technical assistance. On June 10, 2026, the application that we sent in was rejected due to the ineligibility, with the priorities being failing systems or consolidation projects only. This was disappointing considering the significant vulnerabilities experienced by the city of Trinidad since the prior needs assessment was conducted in 2021, giving us the at-risk status. The city of Trinidad's water system is now out of the ICU, but still remains in recovery care due to several unprecedented issues that turn catastrophic given their complexity and cost. We hope there's room in the IUP for policy that supports willing and able water systems like Trinidad's that lack the funding but would greatly benefit by tapping into the expertise and resources of the state to help make informed generational decisions on the future of its drinking water. For these reasons, we urge the board to continue supporting the funding of at-risk systems like Trinidad, and also consider evaluating the regional interconnection option as a viable discretionary funding priority for systems proactively looking to avoid future failures. And again, thank you for the opportunity to share our comments and sharing so many valuable insights tonight during this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I really appreciate those comments and your insights here into the good work and leadership going on here in Trinidad. Point taken, can appreciate the distinguishing kind of line here where we are prioritizing consolidations, but a regionalization project may not necessarily be a consolidation project and may be just as important, and here certainly for the community, just as important to make sure that we get. So really appreciate that feedback, your participation here in the workshop, and importantly, your ongoing leadership means a lot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Willis Hahn, be followed by Kaya Rivers, then Natalie Escobedo Garcia.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Willis Hahn of the Nossman Law Firm representing the City of Los Banos today. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to comment here today on the drinking water SRF. I gave comments last year on behalf of the city regarding the challenges we've been having with naturally occurring hexavalent chromium. And I'm here today just to stay engaged with this process with the board on the drinking water SRF and just give you an update on where we are. So in the past year, the city's been actively conducting pilot testing to optimize the wellhead treatment configurations across the system to ensure that they're deploying the most effective, efficient engineering solutions that they can under the State Water Board's approved compliance plan. We've submitted a general application to the DWSRF program, but as we get closer to the construction phase, we'll plan to submit the project-specific grant application at that time. So for now, I just wanted to briefly express the city's support of 2 points in the draft IUP. First, we're pleased to see the board continue to support the projects addressing water quality above the MCL for hexavalent chromium on the same tier or priority as failing systems, even though there's not yet a violation. And that's specific to the unique compliance plan framework for the hexavalent chromium MCL. Second, just want to express our gratitude to see that the board is continuing to support the ability to have eligible planning and design costs be reimbursable as part of a later construction funding agreement. This has been an assumption that we've been operating under for the past year after discussing with DFA staff. So thank you very much for that. It's very critical for us as a medium-sized public water system serving a disadvantaged community under this intended use plan framework. And so with those 2 items in mind, I recognize that we've just heard a whole bunch of stuff on the fiscal challenges that were outlined today, but I do want to urge you to avoid unduly narrowing the eligibility criteria in the IUP, especially for these critical hexavalent chromium projects. So we'll plan to stay engaged. I'll plan to be back, give you regular updates on where we are, and appreciate the partnership on this challenging issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Next, I'd like to call up Kaya Rivers, be followed by Natalie Escobedo Garcia, Jennifer Clary, and then our last commenter will be Nick Blair. Rivers, great to see you this afternoon.
Nice to see you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Kai Rivers. I'm a senior policy advocate with Community Water Center, where we work alongside disadvantaged communities to push forward long-term solutions and also advocate for sustainable groundwater management. We appreciate the board and staff holding this really informational workshop today on this year's IUP, as the drinking water SRF is critical to ensure that projects which ensure safe drinking water for vulnerable communities continues to move forward. The state board is facing a deficit compared to last year's, as we've heard today. However, despite this deficit, the board must continue to uphold their commitments to racial equity and the human right to water. In the racial equity resolution, the board commits to centering their work and decision-making to support communities of color to achieve the human right to water, and also pledges to center decision-making and programs or center racial equity in decision-making and in all of the water board's programs. These commitments must be clear in how the board expends funds under the IUP, especially in such a deficit. To uphold these commitments, the board must prioritize disadvantaged communities of color in this year's IUP. We support the lack of changes to the eligibility criteria in the IUP and the plan to continue spending this funding aggressively to support the communities that are most in need. If any revisions are made to this year's IUP at this moment, these revisions should be made for the board to prioritize projects for disadvantaged communities. For example, even in a deficit year, the state board should increase the cost per connection for domestic well and state small water system consolidation projects. Often the communities that we work with lack existing centralized infrastructure, which greatly increases project costs and cost per connection. For example, the successful consolidation projects in East Arosi and Springfield were celebrated by both community partners and by the board. However, both of these projects featured project costs that were higher than the caps that are currently included in the IUP. If these project costs were applied to these projects, then East Arosi and Springfield would have been failed projects and would have been also cut from the TA needed to get them across from the finish line based on the FEP's requirements for meeting IUP caps to continue with TA. We asked the state board to increase the cost per connection and project cost cap to better support historically underserved communities and ensure that they can also continue to receive the TA services that they need. We look forward to sharing our written comments with you on the IUP, which will include additional recommendations. And in recognition that little was changed in this draft, we also request that the IUP be reissued for public comment if significant changes are made to the proposed IUP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. Natalie Escobedo Garcia, then Jennifer Clary, and our next commenter will be Nick Blair.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalie. I'm a policy manager with Leadership Council. Thank you for allowing me to make comments today. We appreciate DFA's decision to refrain from making any major changes to the IUP at this time. We recommend waiting until after the legislative session concludes and there is greater clarity regarding the safer backfill to propose any major changes to IUP funding priorities. In the meantime, we recommend using the upcoming fiscal year to engage stakeholders through public workshops, similar to what was to the proposed approach for the Clean Water SRF, to work together to decide how projects will be funded the following fiscal year. Additionally, to maximize the emerging contaminants funding in particular, we recommend doing additional testing of failing water systems to see if any of those systems might qualify for that funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer Clary and then Nick Blair.
I hate speaking after Kaya. Hi, Jennifer Clary, Clean Water Action. Thank you very much. And I just want to say that the drinking water program at DFA has done a fantastic job. I think the idea that 1 million more people have safe drinking water now than did when SAFER passed is just a credit to everyone and a credit to all of you. And I actually went through some of my files last week and I looked up the first the IUP SRF letter I ever wrote in March 2003. And I asked for a lot of things you're doing now, like consolidating all your funding programs and doing metrics. Of course, I also asked for things that you've already done for years, like actually issuing planning grants. They were all loans then. And so the program has come a long way, but one thing I would note is the danger that's facing us with the cliff. So in those days, they had this fundable list. It was on paper, it was this thick, and had several thousand projects, something like $8 billion in backlog. A lot of the projects were ghost projects because they'd been on for a while. And also, the same projects were bypassed every year. So the disadvantaged community projects were never done. So they give out all the money And truthfully, they gave out like 20 million a year to LADWP because it qualified as a disadvantaged community. And so if they couldn't spend their money, they'd just give it all to LA, which is great. Thrilled that they got it. But it meant a lot of people didn't. So the one thing I would encourage you to do is make sure that you're funding the projects of need, and don't let your selection process be guided by some kind of fundable limit. So if you have a category A, I know they're not that way now, but if you have a category A project that needs $1 million in funding, but you have 2 category B projects that can be funded with that, be careful about skipping the most urgent project. And I know that's a really tough decision to make, and it's going to require a lot of discussion. And then the other thing is make sure you keep the pipeline. I know it's going to be really depressing having dozens or hundreds of projects in the pipeline that we can't fund. But remember, the other thing I remember from my trip down memory lane is the ARA. I never remember what it stands for anymore after Obama came into office, and almost no disadvantaged community projects were able to take advantage of it. They had like a 3-week period. And so it's a giant paperclip. And we don't want to have that happen. We want to be sure that, I mean, we're not going to get all the funding back, but we're going to get some funding back. We want to know that we can take advantage of it. And finally, I'm really concerned about staffing for the program. If you have a big fiscal cliff, how are you going to justify funding? So make sure you grab the best people and hang on to them and figure out how you're going to fund it. And I'm happy to meet with you. I'll do whatever I can. I have been doing whatever I can to make sure folks get the funding that you need, and happy to continue doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clary. Vice Chair has a question for you.
Ms. Clary. So thank you for your comments and for your many, many years of service. And I can't help but ask you, I agree with everything you're saying. I think the challenge, don't let the ones that are most in need be passed over. But at the same time, we've got this criteria. So do you have, or could you submit recommendations on how to improve the criteria so that we're not in this situation where this one just feels like we should be funding it, kind of the one-off?
Well, I'm not going to propose anything off the top of my head here, but what I would say is you guys have been really good about funding any DAC project as it comes up. And it could be that what happens is you have to fund maybe you need to have an emergency fund so that at least you're taking care of the things that are going away right now. So the emergency grant program that you have now, when we created that, we thought it would be our emergency funding, and it turned out they couldn't use it that way. But we need to figure out how to fund the projects where people aren't going to have water, like because they need a pump or something like that. So that's all I would say, is make sure that people get safe drinking water.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And echo the Vice Chair's thanks for their many years of advocacy here. I agree that the program has evolved thanks to that advocacy. And it was the American Recovery Act that it's a bill you were referencing. Yeah. Nick Blair. Oh, Ms. Abhol, anything to respond there?
Yeah, I'd like to point folks, I don't know if we can bring back the PowerPoint presentation, but just point folks to the very end, if you can make it there, because it's a lot of slides. If you could go to slide 72 for me, I'd appreciate it. There we go. So for the failing systems in our pipeline, which are in TA as well, this is what they're failing for, if it's helpful, for folks to get a sense of what's making up our failing list. You can see it's predominantly primary MCL violations with enforcement actions. So these are systems in a lot of need. If you go to the next slide, please. These systems, so the 153 systems that are in this projection, we have a lot that have been failing for more than 7 years. There's 76 systems on the 2019 failing cohort list. If you go to the next slide, please. This is what the project costs are in our projections for projects, you can see that a lot of them are actually under $10 million. And if you go to the next slide here, we're looking at DAC status. The vast majority are for DAC and SDAC projects. Next slide, please. And this is looking at that cost per connection. So actually the vast majority are way under some of the thresholds that we have. So I just wanted to point that out and hopefully that helps with some of the conversations that are happening.
Thank you. Much appreciation for that, Ms. Abhold. Last commenter will be Nick Blair.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the 26-27 drinking water SRF IUP. And thank you to DFA staff for the ongoing engagement. Really appreciate it. Nick Blair with the Association of California Water Agencies, representing nearly 470 public water agencies across California, which accounts for around 90% of the water delivered. I have a few comments today based on conversations with members on the draft IUP changes. We'll be sure to submit written comments as well. First, we want to encourage continued development of resources and outreach to maximize communication with applicants regarding the impacts as a result of the recent 2025 policy amendments. Many water systems are still trying to figure out how the new requirements will impact funding provisions. So that dashboard idea sounded great. So let's definitely consider that. We want to echo similar comments to what CASA said earlier regarding implementation of the Clean Water SRF policy changes. It would be helpful for applicants and stakeholders to have transparent information demonstrating the practical impacts of the amendments. Second, similar to last year, we retain concerns regarding the cap on repayable drinking water loan awards. We do understand the desire to maintain limited funding resources, maximize assistance, and are aware of the fiscal cliff as has been discussed at length today. But many drinking water infrastructure projects have continuing to rise construction costs, and we have limited financing flexibility. This may be challenging for agencies to undertake critical investments needed to maintain safe and reliable drinking water service. So we do encourage the board to consider options for that. Was really interested to see the options presented today. I'll definitely be taking those back to my members to see if we want to offer comments on those as you all consider it. And then finally, we just want to enthusiastically encourage the state board to continue relying on the SRF Advisory Committee. It's a great forum for dialogue on SRF policy. It's a valuable opportunity for stakeholders, funding recipients, and the board staff to discuss the challenges that we all face. So thanks for your consideration today. Can look forward to continued engagement, and we will submit written comments as well.
Thank you for that engagement. Much appreciation, Mr. Blair. Thank you to all our commenters here on the workshop. A lot of appreciation for the engagement. It's what allows us to do our best job here, is getting that honest feedback and collectively trying to figure out how best we manage this program for the outcomes that we all are definitely needing to see in our community. So, and again, a lot of thanks to the team here, Ms. Abhold, Ms. Downey, Mr. Downey, everyone around, just the amount of data that is informing this discussion. It is really appreciated. With that, this is just a workshop, so not at a decision point. Look to hear from other board members. I just wanted to say, when it comes to sort of the options of how we pursue the funding challenges and the discussions we might have, I'm most comfortable going ahead and saying, to hold for now and reevaluate certainly next year, knowing that there'll be some very difficult discussions then. But the legislature, obviously, legislative session is still playing itself out. So I think there's reasons to kind of hold before really making any big changes or determinations. I know that's currently the direction I think staff is largely going in, but for what it's worth, thought to voice that. I'd like to look to Board Member McGuire.
Yes. Thank you to the commenters and thank you to staff for the really helpful presentation. And yeah, this is a workshop, and truly in that sense, we don't have all the answers here because we're facing that gap in funding, and we've all been working towards trying to realize the human right to water, get all these systems off the failing list. The fact that there's still 400 systems on the failing list it doesn't diminish all the work that's been done and the progress that we've made. It just shows that it's going to be an ongoing need into the future. Their systems are always going to be aging and face challenges. And so, despite our best efforts, for me, I guess what I'm concerned about, if we wait until next year entirely, this is our big tranche of funding right now, this fiscal year. And it's the following 2 years where we have really very little. So to me, it's very important that we make the best priority decisions that we can with the funding when we have it. So I'm interested in better understanding what an option 3 would look like, which would be that mid-year check-in to see how are we doing, and do we need to consider any course corrections around that check-in point. So whether that's ends up being a formal change, or I don't even know if that's possible, but I would invite just some more thought about how can we continue to have these the stakeholder engagement and then revisit where we're at in a few months, if possible. And on that, one thing I'm really interested in is finding ways to make sure we're helping disadvantaged communities as absolutely as a priority. It's good to see most of those are represented on the list. How do we have the biggest impact with the limited dollars that we have? So how do we still have 600,000 roughly individuals on the failing list, on the human right to water list. How do we make sure we're having getting as many as possible off that list while we've got this funding available? And that includes looking at ways to stretch our dollars maybe even farther. So I would just throw out there for discussion, for further thinking, maybe like an option 4 or some additions to the other options, which is really taking a look at our existing funding vehicles and saying and commitments that we've made, and ask ourselves, should we be continuing to make those commitments given what we know about the fiscal cliff situation? Or are there ways to look at projects in a different light that might help bring safe drinking water to communities faster, but may not deliver the long-term solution quite yet? So an example would be implementing a point of use or point of entry treatment system for a community that's been working on a long-term solution for a long time, and that's the right long-term investment. But if we can help multiple communities with POU solutions and get them safe drinking water in the very near future, as opposed to possibly having to tell those same communities they have to wait years potentially for a long-term solution, my thought is let's get them safe drinking water as soon as possible. We're still not going to be able to help every system, but I think it's worth doing that balancing and understanding what we can do if we think a little bit more outside the box with these funding resources. And I'll say also, I will be a little, I'm sure this is not going to be very popular, but I think that includes looking at other commitments that we've made, and I would include technical assistance in that consideration. I would include interim, bottled water commitments that we've made in that consideration. I know those are very important sources for community members that have been impacted or have dry wells or contaminated wells. But when you look at the dollars committed, they're huge fiscal commitments on behalf of the board too. So I think it's worthwhile maybe over the coming months to take another look at those commitments and think about how those dollars are being invested and whether we need to revisit those as in relation to what we know is a huge project demand and all these projects coming up ready to go. If we can get some of those communities safe drinking water, even at the perhaps delay of some of the technical assistance work, I would like more information about what that might mean and what impact we can have. So again, I appreciate the work, and I know it's going to be it's an impossible problem to solve really, because the dollars part is not balancing out with the project need. And but thank you again.
Thanks for those comments, board member. Agree with some, but I'll just say I would be concerned about, especially since our program on the interim side is the only lifeline for a number of communities of, and I know this is hard, it's a balance, but they would have no access to water at that point if we pulled either the bottled water or hauled water programs that are supporting them. So how we balance that out, to your point, will be really important. But look forward to the data and, that can help us inform how we might be able to do that. I agree with needing to prioritize and accelerate and get the best bang for the buck in this moment that gets people connected. But know that our program is also currently a critical lifeline that communities don't have anywhere else to go to absent that funding that we provide. But appreciate the points, and I know we'll have further conversation. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Just in the interest of time, I'll just say I agree generally, Board Member McGuire, with the points that you made. I think that it gets down to the balancing matter of degree, and just want to plus up leveraging other programs, irrigated lands, Sigma, really drilling down where we can get some additional stretch the limited dollars that we have. And then, again, Ms. Clary's comments, really look forward to written comments. I think we would all recognize a project where a community suddenly doesn't have water at all. And if it doesn't fit in nicely with the list, that's an unintended consequence. So making sure we have, some ability to address those situations. These are going to be tough calls. And so I like the idea, going forward, but then maybe having a check-in at the appropriate time. This is going to be a special year, so an additional touch point's probably a good idea.
Yeah, sometime perhaps in the fall, later fall, might be a good moment to make sure we revisit. Appreciate that. Board Member Morgan.
And thank you. And so I just want to thank everyone for their comments today and participation. So for this one here, for drinking water, I also look forward to working with staff and just as we move forward, just big picture, really want to see projects continue to move and get into planning, get the planning documents done so we can get to construction. Really want to look at how can we really streamline and get to the preferred alternative quicker. Just some of the projects that I have seen, it seems to where we somewhat slow down in certain areas and see how that we can really streamline those areas and really move through finding that long-term alternative quicker and really getting the shovel in the ground and getting a long-term solution quicker, because to the point that was made in the clean water SRF item, the quicker that we get there, the less the cost is and the more projects that we can get done. So what steps can get shortened? Can we shorten down the alternatives that are studied? Can we, what is it that we can do to where we can get there as quick as possible? Also, this is something that I, have asked about before. It's just really the flexibility in the alternatives and the eligibility and the wording. Brought in a couple examples brought up, one by Mr. Adams earlier, consolidation versus regionalization. If we have a system that is failing and especially a small system disadvantage, and there's opportunity to where especially if there's multiple systems to do more of a regionalization, is that something, let's look at, can we move that forward and not get hung up on the term and say it's just not eligible? That's something that I would be, looking at the deputy director of the division to have the, authority to take a look at and make that call. Because again, to Ms. Clary's point, if we have a failing system, let's look at moving that through, even if, to our conversation earlier for regarding at-risk systems, if we have at-risk systems that keep coming up and, whether they're coming in, they're getting some TA or there's other things, instead of having a revolving door or systems that are continuous in need, or maybe they're coming on and off the list and they're getting drinking water, getting interim drinking water supplies or something. Let's find a way to where we can move them through quicker, get them a long-term solution, because at the end of the day, the amount that we invest in that system to get to that long-term solution is less, and we can serve more Californians by doing that. And so I'm going to speak to a little bit to Ms. Clary's comment and use the A and B, because that's, it's simpler also for me to speak in those terms. I completely agree. And, with category in A and B, and if you have an A and it's there, putting the time in and getting that moved, and, that is going to be a system that is failing, that has a primary, enforcement order that needs it. And, I also, the caution and the piece that I did want to bring into that is, if we see that system, even working hand in hand, and the project manager for that from Division of Financial Assistance, with everything that we can put towards that project, if that project is going to be a year out, and we do have those 2 Category B projects that are ready to go, perhaps those 2 Category B projects do need to go within that. And then the year and 18 months that we hold that other project, it's still that priority, and we still need to be pushing it, and we don't just let it fall off over to the side and it does not get that funding. To me, it's these dual paths that projects should be moving on, to making sure that if we ever did get our funding or something, and again, that we have a list of projects that are ready to go, that we can immediately put that funding towards. And it's continuously moving those projects forward to where Board Member Blumenfeld said earlier, we need to make sure that, we're not impacting our funding authority. We're making sure that we are keeping those funds going. We're also making sure that we are providing funds to projects that will be long-term, to where the projects are not coming back to us. And so really that balance, and that's something that I would be looking for the Deputy Director to weigh in, to make sure that we are doing that appropriate balance, and we're not having the criteria so narrow to where we are putting our funding authority in jeopardy, and we're also not able to get to the other projects to where it's a great project. We're not having a steady line of projects or ready. We are, just the other things that prevent us from getting to projects when the costs are lower and we can keep them moving, and where it really is causing us to have prices greatly increase and making the program just much more expensive. So really looking for some balancing.
Thank you, Board Member. Appreciate those comments. Really appreciate, again, all the work and discussion that's gone into the IUP here. Looking forward to its final adoption, and importantly, all the written comments that folks I know will be providing. Anything further from folks, Mike? Anyone?
Just process-wise, just to air it, since we heard some comments. Any changes? Well, we'll wait for the public comment period to close and collect those public comments, and see if there's a consensus on addressing anything in the existing IUP. So what would happen at that point is posting a change sheet. That could be an extensive change sheet. And so there's a comment on, is there a chance for public participation with significant changes? So typically we try our best to go quickly, but 10 days before the adoption meeting could be when that change sheet comes out. So there would be that time period to do additional comments on the agenda item. If that's not enough time, that can be a comment on if they would like more time before the board adopts. I just wanted to add in the time frame that makes it tough too, is needing some sort of adoption for the drinking water SRF IUP, so that we're not late on our application. So the application's already submitted. A condition of the application is getting an adopted IUP submitted to EPA. So that's the other thing to balance with this.
I really appreciate that. And perhaps, after you've digested public comments, there could be an opportunity where at the staff level, some outreach and discussion happens so folks understand if there are significant changes that are going to be coming through or not, so that kind of stages a bit better so folks aren't just 10 days out seeing for the first time maybe or understanding if there's going to be something significant. Well, fantastic. Thank you all. That wraps this item on our workshop for the drinking water IUP. Look forward to, I know, for adoption ultimately later this year. All right, I am going to take liberty here as chair and go ahead and move items number 7 and 8 to the end of tomorrow's workshop. Just because I know we're going to be transitioning to closed session. I'd like to make sure folks have an opportunity to have lunch here. I'm going to, again, move items number 7 and 8 to the end of tomorrow's workshop. We will be in closed session starting at 2:30 in room 2540. We will just be discussing sites. And then otherwise, we are in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, where we'll continue this 2-day board meeting on the dairy order. Thank you all for a fantastic morning and day here of discussion. Really appreciate everyone's contributions. We will see some of you back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We're in recess until then. Thank you, everyone.